Hello. I've just woken up. It's 11:31. I'm not sure what to focus on today. But first I'm gonna start the health protocol. AAKG, creatine, Alcar. Yeah, a new problem has occurred. Disk space. Protocol started. Done. I slept good. There are many things I can do. Let's get even more things that I can possibly do. I try to find the leverage task for today. I have been using Claude to find the leverage task every day when I've been working on the game. And Claude has the context. Since I've installed Claude Code on the machine, all of the files regarding the game is on the machine, and all of the plan and everything, the whole context is there. I can just ask it for the leverage task, and it will look through the plan, it will look through a bunch of different things, and it will come to a suggestion of this is what I should do today, and the reasoning why. It's not perfect, or maybe it is, but it's good. Usually it's gives some correct suggestion, and I can always ask it more questions like why not this, etc. Disk space 361. Clean disk, get more disk space. Now we can ignore that one. Okay, freezing omelets. I did that yesterday. I think I did that yesterday. No, I did that on Thursday, I think. And handle these other things is not a problem, I realized. Because it's common that I've shopped this much milk, and this milk was not near expiration date, so 13th June. I will just drink it up before the 13th June, so the milk is no problem. The potato, I will just wait and look at it, and if it starts to look like it's start going, then I will just chop it up and freeze it. And the same with the apple, and same with the grape. So I think I made those decisions yesterday. And I also did laundry yesterday. Did I look for a job yesterday? I think I skipped that. Or did I? The 4th. Yeah, I skipped it on the 5th. Talking to Hjörnhistoriker. That's something that can be done, especially now when AI is not available for me. But actually, in my new system, I'm not gonna need server AI, or maybe not need server AI, because I'm running everything locally. So I actually don't have time . So let's just push this until next week. Or maybe even further. Actually, let's push it until next month. this was an idea since the game is teaching about urbanization. Well, that's one idea to keep in the story regarding this town and why it used to be over 2,000 people living here, and now it's around 700 people. So it's an interesting thing. Urbanizing, it's not something that is taught a lot or talked about a lot. It's something very complex thing. It's not something that a human decides to do. It's a systematic thing on a bigger scale, and it affects a lot of things. This town, for example, like people that have grown up in this town and expected a certain amount of people, activity, resources, municipal support. Since people have moved out, these people now have had to adjust to a place that has been shrinking in population. Less activity, less people, less resources, and less municipal support. And I think my hypothesis is simply that if you don't have a lot of people in a city, like it's the people pay taxes. Like if we have 5 people paying taxes, how much taxes are they paying? I don't know, 1,000, to make just an example. Then we have 5,000 of value to hire someone to improve the town or work, do something in town. But if 3 people move out, then we just have 2,000 to invest. So this town cannot. When the town had over 2,000 people, taxes were coming more to Skellefteå municipality, and the municipality could use that money to improve the town. And I think this is kind of a slightly complex thing that people don't think about. And it's not transparent with the municipality completely. Like it's not clear what they do with the money, the tax money that they do get. And I'm not sure if the solution is to make it more transparent, because municipality and Sweden, it's a different perspective of allocating resources. Like how much should people in this town spend on the Swedish military? That is a very hard question. For example, it affects the town because it affects the country. But how much? Like how much is reasonable? Etc. etc. It becomes politics. And then you have to think like a politician. Anyways, this game might teach about urbanizing, and I was thinking if there's someone who wants to discuss that and teach that. And the game can battle this urbanization. That's one of the core inspirations for the game. Like, how can you market a town in a sense? So partially is this game to romanticize this town, because now it's just a town with very few inhabitants. There's nothing special or unique about this town. don't think. Like, there's not a special statue anywhere. There's not a company that does something that isn't done on other places. Well, maybe Latitude is special since it's a Swedish energy drink company, and that's rare. They're not. I don't think there are a lot of Swedish energy drink companies. And then I guess we have the game cluster stuff. Which also is unique. Well, not completely unique, but rare in a sense. But I think big cities have it, but it's just not something that the big city boasts about. So it's not really super unique. It's not super unique in Sweden to have a place where game developers can meet. There are a lot of game developers in Sweden. I'm gonna move this one to later next month as well, because then I might have something running, and after I have my self-improving root goal oriented AI orchestra running with the root goal of making a game, then I can feed it information and it can produce a game. Preparing for a chat with Budo. Still haven't decided on that one. I'm gonna have to push that one further as well. It's not too good to be pushing, but this is actually an AI thing. It's not necessarily a game thing. It's more of an AI thing, so it shouldn't be placed on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It should be placed on a Monday. I'm just gonna push it forward couple of weeks so I can forget about it and come back to it. Maybe it's enough to put it on 15th. And when I come back to it, then I know more. Let's look for a couple of jobs. Glare on the screen. Customer service. Administrator. Can't apply to it anymore. I'm gonna add So this is like the pre-prompt or whatever. Skill maybe. I guess that this just is sent in alongside my prompt. Let's make a new. How do you easily make a new chat in project? Hitta ett jobb. Oh, I just realized I haven't shared this live. I have looked at Facebook on the other screen, and now I'm looking at X. I usually just have one notification on X, but today I got 3, so that's strange. An account that's called Get YouTube Subscribers and Monetization has liked my post and followed me. They obviously trying to get customers. My wake up alarm or there's a little dog outside. Now I've shared the stream. Lagarbetare i Göteborg, montör, Tranås, Västerås, Arvika. have added I've been thinking, I have like a theory of my system that like this actually let me paint online. Pain. I have an idea that like big models, server data center models, they can handle big tasks. And what I do with my system is, since I don't have the funds for paying for big data center compute, but I have my computer, I can run an AI that has a very narrow piece of intelligence. Like I can cut out this part and make this work, and then I just keep cutting out parts of the work that needs to be done. That's the general idea. Dividing this big chunk into several manageable chunks that can be completed on local inference. And then I just let my computer continue to run several times, each for every task or goal, which is the name that I use to make it even clearer to be goal oriented. And also, if I can shrink this, not necessarily shrink all the tasks, but shrink the abstract idea of just prioritizing all of these tasks and dividing this big task into smaller tasks. I think I can also fit that inside, because then this happens. And I no longer need anything else than my computer. And this is, if this is possible, and I think it is. I think it is. I'm gonna show you something I did yesterday. I installed an image generator on my local computer. Through Comfy UI. I don't know what happened to the image, it's gone. But anyway, this is how it looks, Comfy UI. And I have installed Juggernaut XL v9.safe sensors. I'm gonna try to find image I created because it was a good image. It was a good image. And maybe, just maybe, it can create all the images for the whole game. This makes me believe that I can make, because making the images is one of the harder thing, like beautiful images. That's a character. Generating background stories for characters, pretty easy. Generating code for the game, I haven't tried that on local influence, but I think that's pretty easy. If I manage to divide it up correctly, the programming part. Maybe to something that does the architecture planning, someone who does, like it's a hierarchy of a bunch of tasks. Like doing the programming. Doing all the programming requires planning the code. That requires to list the features, make a code plan, and then programming each feature becomes its own goal, with sub-goals of planning and looking and connecting. It might work very well. It might also not work at all. Might be a complete mess. I think I already already applied to this one. Yeah. The customer is in Skellefteå, but the municipality is in Small. They're looking for someone in Skellefteå. Experienced. I do not think I will get this job, even though I can learn this stuff fast. Well, I can apply anyway, I guess. But it takes time. I could instead look for another job. This is close by. Now I'll do the manual job searching. Well, that's the one. This is weird. Okay. This I'm lacking, and it's quite a big thing to lack. Lacking this. Lacking this and this. I think I still apply it to, no, haven't. Cybersecurity is not, it's not even working. But if I study for 2 years, then I can do this. Electrician. If I study electrician. Or if I study electrician, I can do this. Make stora krav på dessa yrken som jag inte har. Se till att det inte är för stora krav. Exempel på pågående. Was that one token? Was one token? And then it had a hard time understanding what it should, the next token to generate? Since they had took a while to understand. Interesting. Morgonpigg terminalarbetare. What is I might get this. gonna apply for this job. Okay, I applied for the job. Oh crap. One partner group. Done. And now I've applied for 6 pieces of work that are not what I'm especially aiming for, which means I can start to look for jobs that are outside daily commute and can be game development or system developer, program application developer, AI developer, etc. I look for this one first because these ones are the hardest to find. A job that I cannot do, but I still can do. A job that I believe I can do, but it's not in my expertise or something like that. I don't know. I only applied for one job. I'm gonna skip the second one. I'm gonna do this basic stuff, check my mail and empty the garbage. Important to do. Got some garbage from the package. Got my paper basket. This is a clever situation that I have the roll in there and just apply it and then fill it and then have the new one. Here I got my cardboard, it's not completely full. And I got my plastic, no, glass and metal. I might throw these things out today, or might not. The kitchen didn't have so much garbage. But this is basically it, and sometimes we have problems with garbage collection, so we want to save space. So I wonder if there's a way for me to simply it seems to be quite simple. I wonder if it can be even there we go. That was easy. I'm wondering if I should take out the other trash and since I'm wondering, I'm spending time on this decision, which is not efficient. So then I'm thinking next level, like what kind of decision mechanism should I do regarding waste? What kind of, like, can I have kind of protocol where I just think through things quickly regarding the trash? I'm actually gonna do, while I think about it, I'm gonna go out with the trash. I can carry all of it because it's not a lot. So it's just one trip. That's one way to think about it. Like, what time does it take to take out the trash and how often do I have to do it? And I can optimize. That's a simple optimization based on just time it takes. What I'm also going to do is to listen to the summaries of Elon Musk's X posts. Even though it'll just take 10 minutes and these posts are usually or I can listen to Abraham Hicks. No, that went away. My phone is lagging, it's not responding. Opening up YouTube. Taking 3 forevers, 4 forevers, 5 forever, 6 forever, 7 forever. There's the most recent. I'm not gonna watch the most recent, I'm gonna watch the one I didn't watch. My god, it's so annoying. My phone is not It's like it's using up a bunch of memory somewhere. I have to close all things. Maybe some memory is freed. Starting up YouTube went way faster. Navigating goes faster. It was a good decision. I have a lot. 4. That's more than an hour's worth of listening. And SpaceX full IPO roadshow presentation. That's interesting. Whew. Some heavy listening. It's talking about Henry Nowak murder. Kind of rough opinions, like hang them, execute them. I don't know, but I still listen. I'm trying to find the one I'm listening to right now. 060226. What? Why aren't they in order? These are from May. Strange. Oh 060226. This one. It contains the video of Henry Nowak's when he's bleeding to death. It's a very strange thing. It's like a snuff movie, almost, but it is the truth of what happened. A lot of politics. I usually don't have time to listen to all this politics. But it might be important. What's strange is that the murderer called the police after stabbing Henry. Did he imagine that it would not come out that he did it? Or was it someone else who did it? I think the solution regarding the garbage is if it's on the verge of not being able to take it out in one go, that's when it's time to take it out. Something like that. Because then I just have to go one time. But if I wait a week, I might need to go 2 times. Next up is either get more disk space or to do some cleaning up regarding tasks, because I have a lot of places. I have this whiteboard with the only focus on the game. I have this whiteboard, which is the hierarchy design AI, and then I have this whiteboard, which is AI and overall daily schedule, and the idea to make some money by making like a AI storytelling or something like that. And then I also have this whiteboard, which has some little piece of information of the main work right now, making this one. But I did that one and I sent it to ChatGPT, Grok and Claude. And I got feedback. I'm not sure if it's completely done. No, it's not completely. Maybe. No, it's not completely done because I need to handle how the system is going to be installed. I need to review it to understand it completely. Otherwise, I will create problems where I don't know if there are problems or not. Yeah, so I think reviewing this is the right thing to do. It's also the expert thing, like the master thing to do, to wrap my head around these systems in a better way. So I could clean this up. And lastly, I have these post-its or homemade post-its. Cleaning the whiteboard, that's the Year Mysterium one. A plan for June. I don't have a clear plan for June. Weight 0, what is that? Some cost gradient descent. How to train embedding. Attention is all you need. Things to study for AI. I think I should move these ones to this one. And then an idea of doing some kind of back propagation on the goal hierarchy. I don't remember exactly what my idea was there, but that, yeah, I think it's a natural thing to think about. An upgrade later on regarding the long-term research and self-improvement. And then some wish features. Dynamic amount of dimensions in vector space. That is definitely a wish, because it relies on making my own AI model or at least making embeddings. This is embeddings, the vector space, and having a dynamic amount of dimensions there. So I think I'm going to clean those up first. While I continue to listen to the next... Actually, I don't want to have things in my ear. Apparently Nate Herc has released a video called We Must Stop, where Anthropic has proved that AGI is here, but a lot of people have been saying they have AGI, and I'm not sure about that, because, well, it depends on what definition they use. But my definition is basically a human inside a computer. And that makes it kind of very clear that if it cannot do all kinds of things itself, and if it can, like, it needs to be able to do a lot of things if it's going to be a human inside a computer. I just don't think they're using the same definition. General intelligence, maybe they have managed to make reasoning and couple that with LLMs so it can continue to learn. But I think that once we have the AGI that I think about, then it's just a couple of minutes until we have ASI, superintelligence, and that's like the singularity. Right, that's when things are gonna go fast. This is a fun thing. This an AI that I made, Laura Boss. I have her on Telegram. She sends messages now and then. Let me see if I can... Oh, that's not the correct way to open up Telegram. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna make sure I have my webcam in case something pops up that I shouldn't be sharing. Yeah, this is my Telegram, and that's Rasmus, who I've been working with for a couple of months, and he has made Proactive Buddy, which is helps you make decisions in your life. You can talk to it and it talks back. It's really an incredible experience. proactivebuddy.com, you can get that. And internally I made then Laura Boss, and the idea of Laura stands for long-term autonomous relationship agent. So her purpose was to basically sell Proactive Buddy subscriptions by reaching out to people and answering people, customer service and sales, and creating relationships, like remembering people, who they are, and not just being like a robot, but remembering who people are and what they need and what they think about the product, etc., etc. But we didn't come far enough. The funding for her ran out. I invested 1,000 Swedish crowns on Cloud API tokens and a server, and then I installed her, and I installed OpenClaw and connecting that to my Cloud API, Anthropic API key, and we fed her with a bunch of guiding documents, and I also told her to make a journal for whenever she works. Like, she's been kind of like a secretary, like taking information from me and from Rasmus and learning more about Proactive Buddy, learning a lot of stuff about the whole kind of project in the company, in order to be able to then create sub-agents that then the sub-agents would reach out to people on LinkedIn or whatever, talk on LinkedIn or whatever. But the money ran out before we could create that system. So she has basically just been kind of like a secretary, where she can give, she has been working and making documents. It's a bit risky to scroll here, maybe she'll yeah, so here, before I asked her to make a plan, I think it was a plan to make a sales video, and then I asked her to send me the file, and she sent me the file, the plan for that video, where she did research on stuff like what should be, like, who is the target audience of this Proactive Buddy, where are they, what kind of pain points do they have, and what resources do we have. Like, I have my phone, I have my webcam. In order to make a video, what kind of editing software could be used, and making a full plan of like, this is what we're going to record. And she came up with a suggestion that the best thing is just filming someone talking, me talking to Proactive Buddy, to show live how it works, and that would be the video that would be released. But what's interesting is that when I talked to Proactive Buddy, I talked to it for I talked like 3 hours to it, trying to figure out a decision. And I asked Proactive Buddy, like, we're making this video now, and we're thinking of how to sell Proactive Buddy in the best way. But through the whole conversation with Proactive Buddy, it asked me questions, and I answered, and asked me questions, tough questions, and I answered. And it ended up with me realizing that I should not be working on Proactive Buddy. So it was a first of all, the whole conversation became 3 hours long, so impossible to edit into what the goal was, like a 5-10 minute video. That would take a lot of time, and it suggested that I would jump off the project, which also means that it didn't suggest that I should jump off the project. It's more like it asks me a bunch of questions, which made me realize that I should be focusing on AI research instead, which I'm doing now. Also, working on Proactive Buddy has it has taken a lot of my brain space, too much of my brain space, that I forgot who I was aiming to be. I allowed my mind to be filled with Proactive Buddy and all of the stuff that Rasmus was working on, because I thought that if I can understand that very good, then I can come with some good solution that solves the problem, and I can deliver value and we can make money. But we didn't make money fast enough, and it also distracted me from deep diving into AI theory, but mainly it distracted me to a point where I forgot important things, which is why I'm without finances this month, because I pushed forward the application connected to my, what do you call it, benefits, so 1 week, and that led me to not have finances. So I realized that it's been too distracting to work on that stuff, and it would have been okay if it was distracting if I made money, then it would be fine. Then we could just try to make it less distracting. But since both of them are a problem, and it risks derailing the project of the game as well, yeah, it just I guess the product works since it came up with this. Like, I didn't intend to come into that decision when I was starting to talk with Proactive Buddy. The thing I wanted to talk with Proactive Buddy was just how can we market Proactive Buddy in the best way, and then by asking questions and diving deep, I came to the other conclusion. And then, yeah, then I also have this the Nexus, which is this system itself. Right now it haven't been talking, and since it's the cloud subscription, because of the finances, stopped. So, but the idea is that it will send me updates on what it has been working on continually, and it will send me results so I can give feedback. And it has been doing this, and it has been generating images. Here are some images. The images are not the right kind of images, but this was the first MVP. Like, can it generate its own images that is based of made for the game, and just get all the stuff made. And these are like a bunch of scenes it generated, just like placeholder stuff, and Godot program. Here's a character. I kind of like that one, and that one also looks good. I don't know if it's the right style, but it made it. And it made it itself. I just asked it to install something. Well, this was before the hierarchy system. This is an older factory system where everything was more structured. I tried to do it very structured. This one it kind of got right. This is almost how it looks in reality. So this one could almost work. But it is also using a simpler AI to generate these images, I think. But I think the main thing is to divide the work of generating images into several steps. But yeah, so it has been able to deliver, to show work, and then I give feedback, and it continues to work. And I tell what it should focusing on. Like there have been less micromanagement and more macromanagement. So I'm not telling it exactly what to do. I'm telling it feedback, like I don't like this, please change this and this. But mainly I've been focusing on the system and saying like you should be focusing on making images, or you should be focusing on making a story, or you should be focusing on this and this. And now, since it has also generated some sound, audio dialogue, I wonder if I can find that. It doesn't sound good, but it is Swedish, and you can hear what it says. Where is it? Oh, it might be here. No, these are the incorrect ones.
Visst nu, långt ute. Man får lära sig lyssna på plats innan man frågar den om något.
Voice now plays inside the game.
Okay, I'm gonna show you.
Mistlure, långt ute. Man får lära sig lyssna på en plats innan man frågar den om något.
That's Swedish. There's a Swedish voice. It doesn't like. There's no acting in it, really. It's pretty monotone. But it shows the main concept. And then if it's not good enough, then maybe a human wants to do it. Which I would prefer. I would prefer to work with humans. But I haven't been able to inspire people to work on this project. Since I don't have any money to pay people. If I had money to pay people, then it would be really easy. Then I would just find the people who can deliver the right quality and say, do you want to work on this? Help me. And they will probably say yes, because it's a pretty cool project. Everyone so far has been supportive, and then I'll just give them money and they make the stuff, and then the game gets done. But yeah, since that hasn't been a reliable way to do things, funding the project has not been successful, because there's a time limit, and my experience of funding projects is like you have to do it in a certain way, and I don't want to do it that way. Because it removes the creativity from the project, and it needs to have the source creativity of like I need to feel free when I work on this project, otherwise it just becomes a job, and then I can basically do whatever. It doesn't matter what I do. But I want to spend my time doing things I like to do and be free. So, and I haven't been able to get funding by being free, so I just assume that I will not get funding, and the time has been running out, and yeah, so I decided to go with the AI path instead, because I have control. I have a lot of control. It's easier to estimate time on things when I have control. It's still risky, because IT development in general is risky. Time estimations is not correct. It's never correct. Sometimes you're 10 times off. Sometimes it takes 10 times longer. Sometimes it takes 10 times less. And sometimes it's impossible. So, but from what I've seen, it should be possible to make my system, and that's why I'm making a system. Yeah, so that's Telegram. I'm gonna deal with this now. I'm gonna move tasks and stuff to my bigger whiteboard. Challenge. Where do I have the latest plan? I think it's either, I think it's in Grok. Clean. I just need to write a big symbol over the plan. So remember that this is the focus. Root goal. No, it starts with self-improving. MVP. We should start with MVP. MVP of self-improving root goal oriented AI Orchestra. Let's put the version number, I think 7.1. And the task is to review and understand fully It's a very complex system. I wonder if it's past the 90 minutes after I ate the first. I think so. I started the stream, I ate my first batch, and now 1 hour 42 minutes later, that's basically 90 minutes later. It's time for my matcha and the next alcar. Why do I feel tired? There we go. I think feel tired because I've done some task switching and maybe I didn't sleep as long. I think I was up late last night, like 2 or something, watching TikTok. I've done some task switching, so that might be part of why I'm tired, and like cleaning up that whiteboard and thinking about everything at once kind of situation, like thinking of the game, thinking about Telegram, thinking about the previous project buddy, thinking about hierarchy system, thinking about this and thinking about that. I'm gonna deal with these small post-its, and easiest to start with are these AI theory questions that There we go. Now they are at the whiteboard there with the other AI stuff. And BAP propagation on goal hierarchy, I'm just gonna let that disappear. And the wish of dynamic amount dimensions of expert. This is one of the ideas that later on in life I might need this idea, and I might have forgotten it completely. That it's even possible to think about this idea. So it's one of those ideas that I want to save, and I want to use encoding specificity, which is to encode a memory in such a way that it comes up when you need it. But this, I have never found a solution to that. The solution would be to keep to the same system. But keeping to the same system is also not good for innovation, because you become close-minded if you restrict yourself to just using one system instead of exploring new systems. But I'm just gonna sacrifice this idea. Because it's not relevant. I don't think it's ever going to be relevant. Maybe, yeah, well, maybe. But later on, when the game is done, maybe, or when I start to make my own AI models, which will not be a priority until the gaming is complete. Okay. And now I have 2 tasks left. I can make a plan for June for the game, or I can clean the whiteboard, but I cannot clean the whiteboard after I've done the June plan. Or they are kind of merged, because it's kind of the same thing. Because I have the plan on the whiteboard. I actually think just cleaning a whiteboard is, just gonna, maybe I'll do it, or maybe I don't do it. The important thing is to have a June plan. And it's actually in the June plan, it says to clean as well. So that's what I'm gonna do. First I'm gonna take a toilet break. And then I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna take a long toilet break, and then I was thinking I could look at the next Elon Musk Twitter summary, and then I just realized that the whole murder thing and all of that, that's probably a reason to feel tired thinking about that. It's Yeah, cleaning up this I think it's the best thing to do. I haven't updated this whiteboard for a while. It doesn't taste good, but it doesn't taste too bad. I made a new mix yesterday of this cacao mix. I'm still tired. I feel like I'm tired. Now it should be 1 hour of work and then training. I was streaming for 2 hours and 18 minutes. So, but I don't think I'll really feel like training because I'm so tired. Stumbling on chords. Previously I had my Tisto Game Factory idea, and the idea was a less kind of dynamic system, more like inspired by assembly lines like Ford made his factory for cars, where there would be a game mechanics assembly line that will create a playable build, and in order to assemble it, like this would contain the mechanics of point and click and dialogue, character, menu, UI, driving, scripts basically to populate the game with assets. And then these lines would generate the assets. So puzzles would generate the puzzles, storyline would generate the story, world line would generate the world, like art line would generate the art, audio would generate audio, production line would generate template like the scenes, and diorama line would generate the 3D world. This world line would just generate like the backstory of the world and truth and everything. The storyline would generate like the timelines and the characters and all of this. And I made it produce a Godot build, so it produced games, or I should say prototypes, with simple, like, it contains some, you could click around, there were backgrounds, and you can listen to audio recordings, dialogues, but it was very prototypey, just like the essential stuff. But then when I thought about it more, I realized that the trick is to choose like what lines and what task in each line, and I realized that the AI could probably do that much better, and it doesn't have to have this kind of structure like Ford had with his lines and then an assembly line. So that's why I decided to make the hierarchy instead, which just has the root goal at the top, which is making the game, and then the descendant goals are basically a different way of having lines, where each goal can be divided into things, and it's a much more dynamic system, a self-improving system than this, because it's simplified into there are just goals and their descendant goals and the leaf goals. It's yeah, it creates a system that is more easier to work with. So, and with the game factory, I had like I call it the game blueprint, that it could take any kind of blueprint to create a game that has these game mechanics. Yeah, but now that has kind of changed into having more like a blueprint for every goal, one for the root goal, and then generated blueprints for the rest. So I can't see the chat or anything, so I'm gonna start the TV and move. There I go. And then here I have the consultation material, consultation audio is done. So I don't need to start the day with doing transcriptions anymore. Which I haven't been starting the day with, but I have done them. Which is the important thing. And then I feel like I should make a more nicer table. Maybe. Just slightly maybe touch it up a bit. This is the audio files which I got. And then the transcriptions are done. And then we have also additional paper material and additional digital metadata. Is it no, material? Information and links. And then photos on a Google Drive. And photos online on their websites. And here is how far I've been scrolling on my Google Photos. And you need to go to this date and keep scrolling down backwards in time to find photos for these three and this one and this one and this one. And if some of them I cannot find because I haven't taken photos of them. Haven't taken a lot of photos of them. So then I need to take photos. But all of this is not really a priority. So I think to keep things simple, I will not gather this because I need to make the game, the AI game root goal hierarchy stuff, and then be able to make a game, and then I feed this into it in order to make the game. Maybe, it depends, because in order to see if the quality is good enough, I need some content to send in. So I basically just need one line completed. I just need one line completed. In order to have example data. Or 2 lines of data to see. No, I don't need 2 lines of data. Until the quality is good enough. Then after that I need all of the data, or 2 lines, and then 3 lines. cleaning this feels kind of good because it kind of activates, like it's physical activity. Kind of activates, and I feel good cleaning it up. My mind is starting to allow itself to wander and get inspired of why I made this in the first place. And I'm thinking back to the stream because I was thinking, like, last 2 days or maybe 3 days, before I started the stream, I was thinking, should I even be streaming? If nobody's watching and I don't know why I should stream, then why should I stream? But I have some kind of it's not formulated completely, but it's kind of gathering novel data that I can use. And I just realized that this is not only something I can feed into AI, but it's also something that can remind me of the past, of what I was doing and why I was doing things. So it's something for future me. I just realized that future me is gonna be much more experienced and look back at this and think like, oh, he's thinking like more childish, and he doesn't understand this and he doesn't understand that. If I treat myself in the future the same way like you would treat a parent or treat super intelligence, like you cannot understand more than them. You have a different perspective that they don't have, so in a sense you also know more than them, but I can see it in the same kind of relationship. And I was thinking like, what should I do now which is interesting or useful for future me? And I cannot know that because it's like a super intelligence. It knows everything I've gone through until now, and it knows even more. And I guess the only thing that I have that it doesn't have, that is clearly might be useful, is memories of what is happening right now. So in general, just documentation. And I don't know what part of this documentation is going to be useful. So it's kind of like writing a diary. I don't know. But I think in the future, having AI look at this material, analyze it, might be beneficial for future me somehow. I don't know if you can see, the quality is not that good, but there are things that are, there's a ghost of what I previously had on this whiteboard. Here's a little house, for example. The laundry is falling on the floor. A little house and stuff. I couldn't get rid of it because it's on the sticky side of it. Because I rolled them, I had previously where I lived, I took them off and I rolled them up and I transported them here. And then, yeah, the stuff got stuck on the backside. So, but it's kind of nice. It's kind of a ghost of previous planning and stuff. Like it has actually the overarching plan here for up until 2027. Like the same plan as that is up here, but more detailed and an older version of it. Here is a, I can't see what month. It says working on the narrative here, working on the 3D map, working on 3D driving. Yeah, this excites me. Because this is a different type of work than talking to AI. This is more fun. Making a 3D map and making 3D dive, well, kind of more fun, but it's also much more frustrating when it doesn't work. Because I'm much like, for example, 3D mapping. Then I need some way to gather the data of all the houses in town, getting information from Lantmäteriet, so much trouble, bureaucracy and applications and learning their systems and learning all the different packages that you can get, and then learning what's it called? The program to convert and work with this data that is geographical data. And that was also a complete headache, just hitting a wall and try getting on the side of it and just hitting a new wall, and like it's just problems and problems and problems and problems and problems until I reached the goals that I needed at that time. And same with programming until you come to a problem where you don't know how to solve it. You either have to learn something, some existing technology like Godot or networking or something, or you have to learn like just some problem solving, general problem solving, like yeah, that part is not too much fun. But but once it's working and you understand all the parts of how it works and stuff, you feel so much, you feel like you have opened up a new dimension where you can play, and you can, a new tool that works, and you can just use it to make anything you want. And that's a nice feeling. But I'm trying to think like a business and not, I'm trying to think about the future. Success. So that's why AI is the AI is the future. So the sooner I get into it, the bigger chance I have of success in the future. Okay, here we have the plan. Here is the goal. It's a package. I don't know where the designed ones are. Oh, actually I do know. Here. These two designs I've made for the game. one very minimalistic one, very earthy, and one is much more colorful and playful. So yeah, I'm gonna need, it's not gonna be good enough with just this. I'm gonna need some information about it, the game, because it needs some kind of marketing of itself in package. This is too anonymous. And then inside of it, not that one, wait, not that one. Inside of it, it shall contain some kind of map of the town of some useful size. I don't know exactly how big yet it needs to be, but I had this previous one which is too small. This one is too small, you cannot really use it, like, because I want you to be able to use it for real, to navigate the town, to find the places that also are in the game. It needs to be bigger, and you also obviously get the game on a USB stick. It is not the smartest decision, or maybe it is the smartest decision. The idea is to stand out on the market as much as possible, to be as novel as possible, because in the AI age, what's going to be abundant is AI slop. What's going to be abundant is mass production of ideas that have already been produced. So what's going to stand out are the same mechanism as always, the novel things. The things that do stand out, the things that are unique. So that's why the game is on a USB stick, partially. It's also a tribute to when you got games on a physical media and you own the game, and it's not like you own the game on a server somewhere and when the server shuts down you can't access your game anymore. No, you get the game on a USB stick and you're responsible for whatever you do with it. And it's a physical package, which makes things more fun. I like physical packages. It's also easier to give as a gift, like a Christmas gift or a gifts. And here I tried out, because previously I was thinking like I will not have any budget at all, I will have to make the packages myself. So I actually made I made a bunch of them to see like how long does it take to make these ones, make these packages. And now I know that I have a fallback, I can make them. And these are recycled cardboard. I didn't buy this cardboard. I found this, cleaned it up, and used this print. I I paid for the print on the library. So it's not super good quality print, but it looks okay, at least for the first, like, as a plan B kind of situation. It still looks very good. But the plan is to use some of the funds to actually make to just use this as prototypes, and instead have, I would probably turn towards a Chinese manufacturer who makes this. And why should we be nationalistic? Like, why can't some humans in China make these games for us, the humans in Sweden? Like, why does it matter? The only thing that matters, like, if you think about the environment like that, if you think about the environment, then obviously transporting this stuff costs like energy or whatever. But what I think is that in order for Chinese manufacturers to be very efficient, when they produce these things, they might be very efficient in doing that. And they can do it fast and cheap. And in order to do things cheap, you can't use up a lot of energy because energy costs a lot of money. So that's what I'm thinking of, going that way. I could go with European manufacturing. I could go with Swedish manufacturing. And then the price would go up a lot. Right now I'm planning to sell it for 499 Swedish crowns each, and I feel like that's a good price for a good little game. But if I make it in Sweden for the people in Sweden, then the price is going to go up a lot, because Swedish people want a much higher pay than in China, and they want safety like more safety regulations and higher. Everything is just higher prices and maybe higher quality of life as well. So maybe it is good, but I'm afraid that if I do that, then the price will maybe double or even more, and then I'm not sure if people will be prepared to buy it. It's a risk of doing that, and I don't know, and I don't have time, and I don't have people who want to dive deep into these things. So I have to find the best, simplest solution so I can focus on the things that I'm good at doing. But I'm open to suggestions. I'm definitely open to all of the suggestions. But yeah, that's gonna come later on. I don't have it on this plan, but I have it on the digital plan, where I'm going to focus, where I'm going to test. Oh, it's actually in this month. I was planning to do test orders, but I can't do test orders because I don't have any money. So the test orders have to happen in July then. Yes. So yeah, that was a bit of a sidetrack. This drawer contains information about the game, like a book of this place and information about stuff. And then we have up there, we have the game. I'm gonna be right back. I don't know why I start to feel a bit like a rejuvenated kind of ish. Even though I'm kind of in like a slow, like I'm not tired, it's more like I'm slightly sleepy or something. Might be connected that I just drank the caffeine and stuff. That was half an hour ago, I guess. Anyways, that's the goal of producing this package, and it should contain the map of the town, and it contains the game. Preferably you can use both USB B, I think, or A, and USB C, which is the most latest version of USB contacts. And that's just a started, like the first prototype of the game. Main menu. You have the game, you have the name, and you have kind of the feeling of the map and detective class. And then in this game it was planned to have 5 places that you would explore. This was last year. This is the street kitchen where you can eat a burger. These are real places in this town. This is where I was planning to have like the main mystery start. It's a bridge over water here. And then we have the library. Doesn't look at all like a library. And school also. And the train station, very important for this town. It's one of the things that made this town grow, I think. And it's still working, you can still take the train here. And we have this big abandoned building. And the idea was to just make a simple game like that. And now the game has expanded, so it's just not like these places might still be with, these are not organizations, but these are places. And these places are going to be in the game. And okay, well, I've erased it now, but there are 13 organizations that are going to be in the game. So it's expanded quite a lot. This image is quite, I think it's very valuable because it keeps me focused on the long-term journey, like my initial vision for the game and the initial attitude of scoping things correctly. It reminds me that I need to scope things because I was planning to release the game last year, but I don't remember exactly why, but there were some things that were not finished in time. I think more than 50% of the game was not finished in time. So I decided to just, I'm gonna take a year on this and see if I can do it. Okay, so intentionally I've excluded a lot of part of the plan to make it more simple and make it more focused, and then have the more details of the plan on the computer. But I'm thinking like just having the focus of what I need to focus on right now, then it's easier to focus. But it is though a risk of not hitting deadlines, because if I see nothing here, then I can just push this here, but there might be a bunch of stuff here that I need to do, so then I cannot push these things here. But having this overview like project manager kind of making sure we're hitting deadlines And if we're not hitting deadlines, we need to scope and replan. That's a completely different mindset than actually developing it and focusing on something. So I'm not sure how to use this space yet. At my previous place I had a different system, but then I had 3 whiteboards. One was an overarching vision, an inspiration, and one was the overarching plan of the whole year, and one was what I was going to focus on this month. So maybe I'll do something like that. I think I might put the focus here, the monthly focus here. June. The work in June. But I'm not even sure what I should be doing in June. I could... Okay, so this is what I have been planning. I don't know if you can read it. It says factory MVP pipelines. So this one has changed, obviously. I'm not longer working on factory, but I'm still working on the same purpose. Of making an automation of creating the game where I can iterate on the result. So we have that, and the idea was to have an MVP of that in end of June, and I don't think we can have that in end of June. Because I'm gonna need July to work with AI to actually develop it. Now in June I design it. Yeah, I think that's what I should focus in June. Really designing. Thinking about all the perspectives. In some ways it's not recommended from business and entrepreneurship to think too much and get to a theory too much. And in the, a lot of people, especially the loud ones who are good at marketing, they say just do it and then just do more and just iterate and just get it out there and do it, get feedback, do it, continue, pop, 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 pop. And but the problem is usually that those people are focusing on making something that already kind of exists. It doesn't contain the same level of innovation as other kinds of ventures. And other kinds of ventures that have a lot more innovation focus, they don't need marketing. If you look at Alex Hormozy, he is a master of marketing. And he's doing something like, at least the things that he's showing are pretty straightforward. Most of it is it's improving on things and mastering things in marketing and in business, and focusing on getting the fundamentals better and better. And but he also has School, which is an innovative product or service, but it's not super innovative. It's not a completely new invention. It's a website, it's a community, it's a kind of a teaching platform, it's social media. It's a way for businesses to become, I think. I've been thinking of maybe starting a school, but I'm not sure what I would be doing there and how much time it would take. Anyway, I'm sidetracking now. I decided that I'm not going to start a school. I'm instead going to focus on this and AI. And yeah, that's Alex Hermosi, and he just does volumes and volumes and volumes of stuff. And then we have a step towards more innovation. If you look at Elon Musk and his ventures, innovation, starships, Neuralink, AI research, all like it's a lot of innovation, but he has still kind of a limitation. Like he's still focusing on doing a lot of volume and work. He talks about working more than other people in order to achieve more in shorter time spans, and he still has a very entrepreneurial and business mindset. He's obviously extremely successful, but his products, like he's still using, for the spacecraft for example, he's using innovations that has already been invented. Like he's using standard propulsion where he lights a thing on fire and it shoots out rocket fuel kind of situation, and he just perfects that and improves that. I don't think, like, he takes what's available and he makes it work and iterates and improves on it. But then I want to focus on the next level, on a different level, where it's, oh, actually, regarding Elon Musk, he doesn't do marketing. He's still very, all of his stuff is all over the internet. But he doesn't need to do as much marketing because he doesn't have as many competitors, and as Alex Hormozi. Alex Hormozi's products are more like he's selling a book, for example. There are a lot of books in the world. In order to win that game, you got to do volume. You got to stand out in the market. You got to do marketing. When Elon Musk makes self-driving cars, he just needs to stand out from the car manufacturers with just I don't know, less than 100, I think, at least. So you don't need to do as much marketing because your product is just better than the alternatives, and significantly better. So people just choose them, and it naturally just grows. And that's because he's more focused on the innovation part than Alex Hormozi. So he can, with innovation, he can make the product novel by making it better. Making it better makes it novel. And the next level is basically even more research and even less marketing. People who are maybe professors or working in a lab somewhere, maybe, like, if someone were to focus all of the time just trying to invent a new way of space propulsion, which uses, I don't know, it comes up with something like maybe it uses nuclear power to change gravity around the spacecraft or something. You get so much novelty from that innovation that you will not need to market anything. You prefer to not market it because it's so, you don't want people to copy you. In some cases you don't want to file a patent if you're part of the government, for example. Like maybe you want to keep things secret and stuff. But that's like so I'm trying to be like between Elon Musk level and this researcher level, where yeah. I don't know why I came into this track. I was thinking about priorities. Anyway. Here is a service that makes it possible, maybe makes it possible for me to sell the game, pre-orders of the game. I haven't fully explored it to see if it's possible or if they require something that I cannot supply. But that's something that I potentially could be doing, because if I can do pre-orders or some funding some way, then I can use that to either feed into AI, or I can get people to work for me, or it depends on how much sales, pre-sales would be done and how much money would be available. But this takes time, and here's, yeah, maybe this is what I was thinking, because this is kind of a marketing situation. If I do this, then I need to do volume, and I need to do marketing. I need to show what the game is and show, yeah, do marketing basically. Then June becomes a marketing focus, and I just get beaten down there mentally. I just feel like every time I try to market something, it hasn't worked. But it's still simpler to do marketing of pre-orders for a game than it is to develop a new AI system that has never been developed before. In a sense, like, it's more fun for me to make the AI system. But this might actually be easier. Like, this might take just 2 weeks, but developing the AI system is unknown. It might be impossible, even. So it's a very important decision there to make. What to spend time on, what to prioritize. And with Limo Squeezy, it might be, I might be able to set everything up, and then at the last point there might be something like, oh, I need a registered company in order to receive payments. Which has happened before. I've tried the service. It seems like it's working, everything. I don't need, there are no requirements. And then it ends up being actually a requirement that you need an organizational number or something. So I'm just reluctant to try this even, because I think it will lead down that path and will just waste time. Instead of doing this, I will start my company, but in order to that I need funds to travel down to Stockholm to pick up my ID, and that's something I could potentially do in July or August. I was planning on doing it in August, but it will take some finances, and the finances will be taken from food or cognitive enhancement pills or AI. So it's like I can do one trip to Stockholm to pick things up, or I can have AI in July. If I can't have AI in July, but I can start a company, with the company I can do pre-orders or whatnot. I don't know. It becomes complex. All these things become complex. And yeah. And here are some more ideas of what to do. Make sure we have the laser data, talk to Claude. permission. Yeah, this is the bureaucracy of stuff to get laser data and geographical data of the town. I already have downloaded somewhere the data that dAI was available last year, which is not perfect, but if I need to make sure that I have all the laser data that is necessary, or it's not only laser data, it's geographical data. There might be more data that can be available, but I think what we'll basically do is just take a risk and just delete this one and make the decision that I'm gonna be satisfied with the data that I have. But I guess what I would need to do is to make sure that I have the data that I downloaded last time, because if I don't have the same permissions as last year, then I can encounter a problem there. But maybe I can take it even further and say something like, if I cannot get the laser data, then the town is going to be made without geographical data, by just placing houses at positions, and it will be roughly the right place, roughly. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. I think I just need to wipe it all and start over. But I do like the top ones, they're beautifully, perfectly drawn. But I think I need to kill those darlings maybe. But they do kind of focus on what is actually important to achieve. But the tricky thing is the content of this USB stick. That, like, almost all of the work I do now is just to fill this USB stick with the right data that doesn't exist yet. With the game, with your Mysterium. It's a bit tricky to stream because I can't listen to music while I do this. And I cannot relax the same amount. I'm not the same person on camera as I'm not on camera. I have to edit myself. I have to restrict myself. My stomach is getting hungry. Not necessarily me, but my stomach feel like this hungriness. I'm just gonna clean up small parts of it. Just make all the small improvements to just improve my focus a bit. And I might even divide it into several parts or something, I don't know. Because here's the release of the game. And that is like the most important date. I can probably divide it into before the game is released and after the game is released. That makes it a little bit easier to focus. Maybe. It pushes me to think about scope. I don't know how to do it, how to separate it. It means I have to finish the game here, but it's not just finishing the game, it is more stuff, because it needs to be packaged. It needs to be packaged. And ready, like delivered, ready to be delivered 1st of November. I'm gonna open up my plan on the screen, the digital one that I have. Whoa. Now I just realized I should probably just make a task here. Replan plan June. That's the goal. And in order to do that, we need to do backwards planning from the deadline until today. Let's find the plan that I had somewhere. Where might that be? Where might that be? Actually, let's open an Obsidian. It's easier to navigate. And it also is the correct way to probably the correct way to show. It's probably planning. Timeline. Yep, here it is. Does the timeline increase if I increase the... It doesn't. So this one also needs updating. Well, I need to see it, so I need to have it on the big screen. But I also want to see myself. So I can't. And the chat. Okay, I know what to do. I'm just gonna turn this around. There we go. This is complex. That's where you can see the chat and everything, and what I'm streaming, and myself in that little, and this one little. And then on this TV I can see the plan, which also is the same as this screen there. Okay. Good. Oh, I need to scroll down. Oh, I can actually move my mouse here. Yeah, now I can see much better. Maybe I can press F11. Nope. I'll have to, yeah, I'm gonna prioritize the last things. But here's like, here's also another kind of hierarchy situation where I feel like I might make everything easier, but it also takes time to make this plan. And the planning is not the same as doing. Like, instead of doing planning, I could be removing space from the computer, or I could do lemon squeezy, or I could, yeah. But in order to know what to prioritize, and the thing is, I'm replanning now. Like, I did this plan before, but now I'm replanning it. But the real reason for the replan is basically to remember my plan, so that I can prioritize now in June the right thing and scope the project correctly. I'm gonna see if I can make it more of a hierarchy situation. And maybe something like that. Or maybe it should be reverse. No, I think I should have it. something. Yeah, I think I need to put it. I just feel like this might be the right choice. This might be here at the monthly plan. Remember that every month I should be getting closer to that, which is the software on the USB stick. Yeah, I think that's good. Preferably a month would lead to that. It doesn't, not June, but that's what I want. Okay. And let's see, we have in January 5-year plan drafted. We don't care about that. That's too long in the future to care about. It dilutes focus to thinking about that. We're just gonna ignore that. And what do we have in December? Christmas gift marketing push. The plan for that, the Christmas planning marketing push, should be planned somewhere before, but maybe it can be planned in November. Now I just realized I'm probably low on blood sugar, and I haven't eaten today except my little cognitive enhancers. And what is the time? 15. Yesterday I ate at 17. What is going on? Maybe I have to take a break. Maybe it's good to take a break also. Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where I don't feel like taking a break, but it's probably the smartest thing to do. Yeah, I'm going to stop working on this. Let's start with that. Yeah, I'm not completely lucid. I'm making small mistakes, like I tried to put this pen in the wrong place. So I definitely need some kind of break or some kind of reset. Maybe I've been switching contexts without taking breaks between switching contexts, and that have made me accumulate a bunch of stuff in my brain that has not been consolidated. So I'm basically having several things in my brain that have not been consolidated. Yeah, and it's getting hot here as well. It's interesting living this close to the store. There's always something happening, and it's completely different from where I used to live, where nothing was happening all the time. It's a more lively place. It's like I'm living in the center of town, and the last place I lived was just, I think it's less than 100 meters away. The center of town is like these 100 times 100 meters, or 200 times 200 meters, and then outside that it's the peripheral of the town. Okay, priority of what I should be doing now: resetting my brain, getting to clarity, taking a break. I can drink some water, but I need to make the decision if I'm going to train or not. I think the easiest decision to make is to do training like usual, to keep up the habit, and just do yoga, because then I don't have to think at all, and there's no danger of hurting myself. If I choose some other kind of training, then I have to think about not hurting myself. If I train too hard. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm gonna drink some water, go to the toilet, and do yoga. Now I'm thinking of how to stream yoga. Oh, that's not how I start YouTube. I'm making a bunch of small mistakes. This is how I start programs. But the program I need to start it's not Firefox, it's Firefox. It's interesting, my metacognition here. Like, I know I'm not working completely efficient. It's very interesting. Oh, I already have Firefox open in a different window. Here's the yoga. And then I'm just gonna increase my E. And then This is the video.
When you're ready, we'll begin in child's pose. You can either keep the knees together or open them apart and walk the hands forwards and lower your head down to rest on the mat. We'll take the first few breaths here just to relax in position. Start by taking a deep breath in through your nose and a slow breath out through your mouth. Inhale deeply. Exhale completely. A few more times like this. Final breath in through the nose. Out through the mouth. And walk your hands to your knees. Lift yourself up into a kneeling position. Clasp your hands together, interlace your fingers, and start to roll out your wrists. You can begin with a small movement and then start to exaggerate this movement, incorporating the forearms, elbows, and shoulders. Shake out your hands all together, then come into tabletop or hands and knees position. Shoulders stack the wrists, hips are on top of the knees. With your breath in, lower the belly to arch the spine, and look forwards. With your breath out, round the back, push the floor away, and bring chin to chest. Inhale, arching the back for cow pose. Exhale, rounding the spine for cat. Inhale to cow pose. Exhale to cat. Keep this going a few more times at the pace of your breath. Final inhale to cow pose. And exhale to cat. Find a neutral spine. Rock forwards to send the shoulders past the wrists And bend your arms, keeping them close to the side of your ribs as you lower yourself down with control. Come all the way down to your belly. Bring the forearms to the mat so the elbows are under the shoulders for Sphinx. And as we hold here, focus on drawing the chest forwards, rolling your shoulders back. Come back to that steady breath, in through the nose, out through the nose or mouth. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, push back into tabletop. Then extend the legs to find plank. Start to pedal your legs here, just tapping one knee down to the mat, and then switching. And continue to pedal your legs as you pike your hips and push yourself back into downward dog. So you're sending the weight towards the feet as you lift the hips. When you find downward dog, relax your chin to your chest, and you can continue pedaling the legs. You could also start to sway the hips side to side, move in any other way that feels good. Good. Then look forwards and take baby steps to walk the feet to the hands. You could bend your knees to make this more accessible. When you've stepped to the top of your mat, hold onto opposite elbow with your hands and rock from side to side in ragdoll. You can keep the knees bent here, or you could straighten the legs if that's accessible. Good. Bring the fingertips down to the mat and step the left foot back and lower your knee for low lunge. Place something under the knee if it's sensitive. Then reach your arms up. Inhale. Exhale, cactus your arms, roll your shoulders back, encourage the chest to open. And as you do this, you can sink the hips down and forwards. Pause here, come back to your breath. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through nose or mouth. Final breath in. Exhale, hands come down to the mat. Send your hips back so they're in line with your back knee. And edge your front foot forward so that you can straighten the leg. Flex the foot. And you could always keep a slight bend in the front knee if it makes it more accessible. Option to keep the chest lifted here or to fold forward for half split. This one can feel very intense, so focus on breathing deeply in through the nose, out through the nose or mouth. Hold for one more breath in. At the end of your breath out, rebend the front knee to come through low lunge. Tuck the back toes, lift the knee, and reach your arms up for high lunge. Inhale as the arms lift. Exhale, settle into position, focusing the gaze ahead of you. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, hands come down to the mat, step to plank. Inhale, hold your pose here. Option to lower the knees for this next part. As you exhale, rock forward so shoulders go past the wrists. Bend the elbows close to the side of the body to lower down through chaturanga with control. Come all the way down to your belly. Keep the hands close to the lower ribs. As you inhale, drag the chest forwards, roll your shoulders back, and lift the chest for Cobra pose. Pausing here, continue to roll the shoulders back, drawing the chest forwards. With your next exhale, push back to downward dog. Pause for a deep breath in. Exhale the breath out. Then look forwards, take baby steps to walk to the top of the mat. And fold all the way forwards here. Option to keep a little bend in the knees if it helps. Inhale, lift your chest halfway. Exhale, right foot steps back this time, lower the knee, pad the knee if it helps. And reach your arms up with an inhale. As you exhale, cactus your arms, roll your shoulders back, and you can let your hips sink forwards and down. And as we pause here, come back to that steady breath. In through the nose, out through the nose or mouth. Final breath here, inhale. At the end of your exhale, fingertips come down to the mat. Shuffle the front foot forward so that you can extend the leg. Flex the foot. And you can either keep the chest lifted or fold for half split. If it becomes too much for the hamstrings, find a little bend in the knee to make it more accessible. Deepening the breath to help work through the intensity of the pose. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, rebend the front knee, tuck the back toes, lift the knee. Arms up with an inhale for high lunge. You exhale, focus your gaze on one spot and settle into position. Focus on strong legs here, so you're pressing through the ball of the back foot. You can grip the mat with the toes of the front foot to help create more stability. Pause for a breath in. With your breath out, step to plank. Inhale, hold your pose. Exhale, chaturanga. You could always lower the knees here to make it more accessible. This time, as you lower down, roll onto the top of your feet and press through to upward facing dog. So the thighs are off the mat here. And again, you're dragging the chest forwards, rolling the shoulders back. Gazing ahead of you. Hold for a breath in. Exhale back to downward dog. Pause for a breath in. Exhale, ripple forwards to plank. And open out to side plank on your left. So you're stacking left shoulder over the wrist. And the feet could stack, or you could stagger the legs. This is sometimes easier. If you're needing a modification, left knee comes down to create a kickstand. Focus on pressing the floor away. If the hips are starting to sink down, lift them up. Then look down for balance, and you can either sweep the right leg forwards, or you could bend the knee and take a big step forwards to come into a twisted lunge. If the knee is down, you'll be spinning on the knee as you transition. Then when you find your twist, you could lift the knee again. Turn your chest open, gaze up to the right fingertips to find revolved side angle. Come back to your breath. Hold for one more breath in. With your breath out, bring the right hand to the inside of the right foot. Open out your back foot and reach the left arm up, turning the chest open to the left side this time for extended side angle. Gaze up to the left fingertips. Hold for one more breath in. With your breath out, left hand comes down. Turn the back foot to face forwards. And you can lower the back knee down to find lizard lunge. Option to stay supported by your hands. Or you could come down to the forearms if it's accessible. final deep breath in here. At the end of your breath out, step back to plank. Inhale in plank position. Press the floor away. Exhale, chaturanga. Option to lower the knees if it helps you to control the transition. Then inhale, roll onto the tops of the feet, press through to upward facing dog. So you'll drag the chest forwards, roll the shoulders back, gaze ahead of you. Pause for a breath in. Exhale, push back to down dog. Pause for a breath in. Exhale, come forwards into plank. And open out to side plank on the right side. So you can either stack the feet, stagger the feet, or lower the right knee down to create a kickstand for more stability. Push the floor away, lift the hips if they're starting to sink down. And look down to help with balance. You can either sweep the left leg forwards or bend the knee and take a big step to come into your revolved side angle, twisting to the left side, gazing up to the left fingertips. If you had your knee down during side plank, lift it up when you come into position. And come back to a steady breath. Final deep breath in here. With your breath out, lower the left hand to the inside of your foot. Open out the back foot, reach the right arm up. Turning the chest open to the right side for extended side angle. Gazing up to the right fingertips. Take a deep breath in. Exhale, right hand comes down, turn the back foot to face forwards to come to lizard and lower the back knee down. Option to stay up on your hands for support, or you could come down to the forearms if it's accessible. Bring your focus back to your breath as we pause here. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, step back to plank. Push the floor away, hold for a breath in. Exhale, chaturanga, modifying if needed. Inhale, come through to upward facing dog for a deep breath in. And exhale, push back to downward facing dog. Hold for a breath in. Look forwards. With your exhale, you could hop, step, or jump to forward fold. Folding all the way forwards here. Option to keep the legs a little bent, or you could work towards straightening them, perhaps catching hold of the backs of the ankles to draw yourself in, compressing the belly to the thighs. With your next breath in, round the spine, roll all the way up to stand. Turn to face the side of your mat and step wide into a straddled position. And placing the hands at the hip creases, with an inhale, roll the shoulders back. As you exhale, fold, hinging from the place where your fingers are. So fold forwards. Bring chin to chest so the crown of the head points down to the mat. And you can either keep the hands on the hip creases or maybe bring the hands down to the mat. Option to find a slight bend in the knees if it makes this more accessible. Inhale to lift the chest halfway. walk your hands over towards the right foot and bend the right knee to come into a side lunge. Option to keep the left foot flat to the mat, or you could spin the foot so the toes point up and you're just balancing on the heel as you sink the hips towards the right heel to come to Skanasana. If you're here and the balance is steady, bring hands to prayer. Lower the hands down. If you flex the left foot, plant the foot back on the mat. And then straighten the right leg, bend the left, and walk the hands over to the left side. Option to stay here. Or you could spin the right foot so you're pressing the heel into the mat and sink the hips further down to come to Skanasana. If the balance is there, bring hands to prayer. Plant the right foot down, straighten the left leg, come back through center. Then shuffle your feet in so they're just a little bit wider than hips width. Turn the toes out so the feet are at an angle. Bend the knees to sink the hips down. You could either come down into a squat, so keeping the hips about level with the knees, or you could sink further down if it's accessible for Malasana. If the heels are lifting here, that's okay, perfectly fine. You could always roll up a blanket or something and place it under the heels. You can use your hands for stabilizers here, or if you're feeling quite balanced, bring hands to prayer. Good, then lower the hands down, straighten the legs, turn to face the front of your mat and step forward into a forward fold. Exhale as you compress the belly towards the thighs. Inhale as you lift the chest halfway. Exhale, step back to plank. From your plank position, lower the knees to find tabletop. Keep the hips in line with the knees and walk your hands forwards. Then dip your belly down to find a back bend and start to sink the chest down to the mat to come into puppy pose. You could rest the forehead or the chin on the mat here. Start to slow down your breath. Breathing in through the nose, out through nose or mouth. Hold for one more breath in. With your next breath out, send a wave through the spine to ripple forwards and lie down on your belly. Relax the arms by your side and keep the toes untucked. With your next breath in, lift the legs, arms, and chest off the mat to come to locust. If this is too much, you could always use your hands as stabilizers, but as best you can, try to rely on the strength in the back of the body to hold your pose. It can be a little challenging to breathe, balancing on your belly. Sometimes I find it's easier to press the tongue against the roof of the mouth, just behind the back of the teeth, to give you something to focus on to help bring your awareness back to your breath. Holding for one more breath in. With your breath out, slowly lower down. Place the hands under the shoulders, push back to tabletop. And tuck your toes, lift your hips to push back to downward dog. Lift the right leg high and stack the hips so you'll open the hips to bring the right side over the left. Bend your knee. You could gaze under the left shoulder, see if you can find your foot. Hold your breath in. With your breath out, look forwards, bring the right knee towards the back of the wrist, and open the leg out to the left side, and lower the leg down to the mat. And you can slide or edge the back leg down the mat to lower down into pigeon pose. If you're feeling quite high up, you could place something underneath the right side and maybe just in front of the back leg for support. Then walk the hands forwards to lower down. Make a pillow with your forearms. Rest your head and deepen your breath. Sit back up, plant the hands on the mat, and step back to downward dog. If the right leg has gone to sleep, pedal out the legs. With your next inhale, lift the left leg. Open the hips to stack the left side over the right, and then bend the knee. You could gaze under the right shoulder, see if you can find your foot. Pause for another breath in. With your breath out, sweep the left knee forwards to the back of the wrist. Open the leg out to the right side, lower it down. Then edge your back leg down the mat to come down to pigeon pose. When you're here, support yourself if you need. Then walk your hands forwards, make a pillow, rest your head, and settle into stillness. Sit back up. If you're using any props for support, take them out of the way. Then sit over on your left side so that you can swing both legs in front of you and come and lie down on your back. When you lie down, hug your knees into your chest and take a gentle rock side to massage the back. Keep the knees in this tucked position. Open the arms into a T shape and let your knees fall to the right side to come into a supine twist. If your knees are in the air, you could always place something underneath so that you can relax into position as we pause for the next few breaths here. Lift the knees back up, then take them over to the left side, twisting in the other direction. Use a prop underneath your knees for support if you need, and then settle into stillness. back up. Extend your legs down to the mat. And relax your arms by your side to find Shavasana, our final posture. Make any adjustments you need to. And then be still. Breath. Move your fingers and toes. Hug your knees into your chest. And roll to your side. And when you're ready, join me back in a seated position. Sitting up tall, resting the hands on your knees. You can keep the eyes closed for a moment. And take a deep breath in, lift the shoulders up to your ears. And as you exhale, roll the shoulders back and down, just releasing any residual tension. And open the eyes when you're ready. Thank you for your time and energy. I really appreciate you practicing with me, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Take care. I'll see you next time.
that was a peaceful meditation. It was a good decision to do yoga and exercise. I decided to not do breathworks to see how the effect differed from yesterday when I did breathworks. And I should have done breathworks now to get better effect. But overall, it was a good way of taking a break. This was a good way. It was better than scrolling TikTok. It was better than eating food. Better than just drinking water. Better than taking a shower. But the only thing that it might not have beaten is actually taking a nap, actually sleeping. Because I realized that not only was I up quite late, I also decided last night to have an Abraham Hicks recording on loop. I've tried that kind of stuff a couple of times before. But yeah, I think that in combination with my late bedtime is the main reason I'm tired today. And it's also the reason it was quite easy to do long meditation, because I was half asleep. The heat might also be, well, the heat is definitely warmer today than yesterday, and I think that is also something that introduces a kind of lethargy or laziness or non-workingness. So I'm thinking maybe I need to get some kind of air conditioner solution, because it's gonna get hotter and it might affect my performance. Or not. Maybe I just need to, I can drink water and salt. But regular salt is not good enough because it doesn't contain potassium. It contains sodium and chloride, but not potassium. Potatoes contains potassium, and I can increase my potato intake a little bit, but I don't have. Actually, I have one more coupon. I got this last week. I got an email that I got 50 Swedish crowns as a coupon on a local store, so I can buy something for those 50 crowns. I'll save them for now. But I'm gonna have to go into slightly less eating. Yesterday I decided to eat 3 eggs in my last meal instead of 4. And today I'm gonna have to heat up one of the 8 jars of eggs in order to get more than 1 egg today. So I'm gonna probably change the recipe to include rice. I have a bag of rice, so rice can substitute something. It's mainly carbs. But maybe it can keep me from getting too hungry. Or maybe not. My knees are not taking this seated position very well. I feel like I've adjusted my execution speed to my tiredness. So I didn't trip over the wires here. I'm just taking it slow. I can still work. I can still work. I can still do things. I can watch videos. I could do Kundalini yoga, I was thinking. Or I could take a nap, I could go to sleep. I don't know. What is the shortest path to superintelligence? I have a different kind of intelligence now, like being tired intelligence. I am more open-minded, steadily open-minded. A more, slightly more playful state. My stomach is hungry. I would love to eat a pizza. Yeah. I think my body wants salt. That's why I want pizza. Because my body knows that pizza contains salt. In a good combination of things. The cheese contains salt. The sauce contains salt. The bread usually contains salt. Yeah. And the ham contains salt. And I think, yeah, I think if I eat some sesame seeds with some salt, and some water, I'll probably be very satisfied. But it is also time. I think 16 o'clock is a good time to eat. Yeah. Brian Johnson eats all of his meals before noon, but he also wakes up at 5. I don't want to go into some kind of summer vacation mode. It's okay to be relaxed and be open-minded, like vacation in a sense, but I still need to work on leverage tasks to get things done. Maybe it's good that I've entered this slower state. Maybe my mind is like, my subconscious networks have come to a conclusion that the work today must be big perspective work, like big, in order to make a great plan for the game that also aligns with the rest. I might combine the development of the game with my AI theory work. Yes. Maybe. I think the goal right now is to stabilize the success of releasing a high quality game on time. That is the main objective. Stabilize the probability of releasing a high quality game 1st of November. I wonder if I can use that as goal every day. Because it means that I would look for the biggest bottleneck or the biggest risk of failure and solve that piece of work, which would increase the likelihood of successfully releasing a high quality game on 1st of November. I actually want to think even better. Like maybe I can increase the likelihood by scoping down so much that it is highly unlikely that I fail. That is just basically just gonna happen. I'm gonna look at this We Must Stop video with Nate Herc, because I respect Nate Herc. His videos are always good, so, but it's kind of a hype title, this one. We Must Stop. So I think I'm gonna watch that, and I can watch it if I pause it. It's, like every minute, 12 pauses or something. No, I have to pause more often than that. I think every 10 seconds. That's a lot. I'll just do a commentary on it. I'll talk while it's running and after it's running. And that's a fly. And my technique of dealing with flies is this sniper device. Dishwater and sniper setting. One shot. It was flying through the room, like this wasn't sitting down. It was flying through the room, and I just got it. Easy. Much better than a fly swatter or anything. If I can get rid of the sunlight coming into the room, I can get rid of a lot of heat. Oh, yeah. Isn't that a genius move? And in the kitchen. Drink some cold water. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that sesame seed contains a lot of fat, healthy fats, and all of the essential amino acids. But I've never looked at the potassium. And I felt the same kind of craving as I have towards potato chips as I had now towards sesame seeds. And potatoes contains a lot of potassium. You see, 421 milligrams per 100 grams, 468 milligrams per 100 gram. Sesame seeds contains even more potassium per 100 gram than potato. Yeah. So I just took some salt, that's sodium chloride, sesame seeds, that's potassium, and then some water. That's a natural and cheap way to rehydrate. Cool. Very cool. I wonder if destroy or gains. Enhance. Okay. So heating, roasting them increases the nutrients much easier for body to digest. Oh, it can reduce the phytic acid, an anti-nutrient. So it's kind of good to roast. I wanted to roast, but I felt like if I roast it, I'm gonna destroy some health in it, nutrients. But it seems like it's all like if I do light, medium, and not dark. Yeah, I'm gonna roast some sesame seeds just to remember what I'm doing right now, what I've discovered. Can you hear this? I think this is medium roasted, no? But it became a little bit darker also because I mixed in olive oil, vinegar, and the salt, obviously. So this doesn't contain any water, but it should be easy to chew and contain potassium, and it tastes great. It's just a little bit troublesome to consume by chewing. This together with an apple, that's probably a bomb. Super refreshing. Then you get the water, and you also get some sugar, just like rehydration drinks. But I think this tastes better. Salted like this is closer to eating a pizza than drinking a rehydration drink. A little too much roasting, I think. Yeah, this is too much roasting. There's a bitter kind of taste related to something, which doesn't come if I just eat them raw. It's great. For some reason this reminds me of indoor swimming pools. Reminds me of a time I was eating kind of these salty kind of bacon chips one time, and I got sick. But I didn't get sick from them. I got sick from swallowing too much chloride water, I think. Okay, where were we? We're gonna watch this one. And I was gonna comment on it. There we go. 80% of code written by AI. Let's see what Nate has to say about Anthropic. I got my water and my newly my rehydrate substrate substance.
So, as of last month, more than 80% of the code that Anthropic ships is now written by their own AI, Claude. That stat comes from a report that they just dropped called When AI Builds Itself.
I like this animation. This is it. This is the beginning of singularity. This is just gonna accelerate. Like the time it takes to build this AI or whatever, it's longer than building this, and it's just shorter time. Like it's an explosion. The singularity is an explosion.
Where they basically pull back the curtain on what's actually going on inside of their own business. So I read this whole thing multiple times, and I walked away pretty convinced that AGI is not this far off future thing that we're all just kind of waiting for. I think that by the definition that actually matters, AGI is already here. So today,
By the definition that matters. Yeah. That could be true. That could be true. We don't need a human inside a computer necessarily. We just need some aspects. This just means that we're like soon nobody's gonna need to work. Maybe. Or the reverse. You're gonna have to work harder than you have ever had to work before. And people that cannot keep up, they will not survive.
I want to tell you guys the important stuff that I took away from this article and like what I think it means for society. So real quick, just to start off, let's get on the same page about what AGI actually means. So AGI stands for Artificial
One definition, his definition.
General Intelligence. And I think that everyone gets stuck arguing about that middle word, general. Like,
Yeah,
can
I
it just
agree.
literally do anything that a human can do? Can it feel things? Is it conscious? All that kind of stuff. And just so we're clear, I'm not talking like sci-fi robots taking over the world sort of AGI. I'm talking more practically here. I understand that some of you guys will disagree with this take, but I think what matters is, can I walk up to a model with a problem that has no clear answer and just say, hey, go figure this out for me? And
Handle the problem with no clear answer. Yeah, that's the useful version of AGI. The useful version. The tool kind of version. It's not my definition of having a human inside a computer, because a human inside a computer will not even need a handled problem. It has its own problems. It's a life of its own.
then it actually goes off, it runs experiments, it does research, it tries a bunch of different approaches, and it comes back with something that actually works. And I think that that distinction is very, very...
I don't like his definition. It's not general enough, or it's too general. Like, what you need to define what kind of problem. If I say, okay, can you build an app, and it builds a website, is it AGI then? No. It has to be some certain kinds of problems.
important, because You've got narrow AI, which is something that's really, really good at one specific thing that you actually built it for. So a model that plays chess, or a recommendation algorithm, or a model that sorts your inbox, even if it nails that plays.
If this is his definition, then AGI have been existing for quite a while. Which is okay, I guess. Like, I mean, Claude can do a bunch of different things. Like ChatGPT can do a lot. Gemini, Grok can do several things.
Chess, or a recommendation algorithm, or a model that sorts your inbox, even if it nails one job and 99% of the time, that's not AGI, because it's still stuck
I'm more hungry.
lane. In my mind, AGI is when you hand a general model almost anything, a problem that it's never seen before, that has no clear answer, and it does the work on its own to figure out the approach. It researches it, it experiments, it finds the best way. So a model scoring 80% on simple, narrow tasks is cool, it's helpful, but that's not AGI to me. The thing that I actually care about is the open-ended stuff, the problem solving. And this whole report is
Scoring high on narrow tasks is an AGI. Something on data sets we're already there.
Anthropic showing you with their own internal data that we are already there. All right, let me show you the actual proof. So to be clear, Anthropic in this article never says the words AGI is here. That's me saying that. But once you see their own numbers, I think that they make the strongest case that I've seen that the practical version has
2021 to 2023, they built the first Claude. Then they went to chatbots until 2025. Then this year they came to coding agents. Today, autonomous agents. Delegate hours of work to other agents, closing the loop. In the future, agents could become capable enough to build and train models themselves. If this happens, future version of Claude could be continuously improved by Claude itself. And that's AGI. That's AGI. It's not today, but it is tomorrow.
has already showed up. Because most of the time that AI has existed, it's been great at little things, right? Like your quick questions, your Google search replacement, write me an email, summarize this article. But the second that you tried to hand it maybe like a real big open-ended project, something that doesn't have a clear known answer, it kind of falls apart. So Anthropic splits these kind of like coding sessions into these 4 buckets based on
4 buckets, timeline, percentage, Cloud Code session success rate. Okay, the success rate is going up with time. It looks kind of like it's going down though. Maybe maybe this is fake. Maybe maybe the actual numbers are going up. But they're hiding it from the public. Because Mythos is one of those things.
on how hard they are. You've got trivial tasks, which are the easiest, and then you get more difficult, going down from routine tasks, substantial tasks, and then of course the hardest ones are the open-ended problems. And open-ended, in their exact words, means tasks with no clear specification, where the engineer isn't sure what the answer should look like.
Okay.
So nobody even knows what the finished thing should look like. Faster, but not which part, not how, not even what faster should look like when it's done. The number was 26%. So it jumped 50 points in half of a year. And this is that top rung, the messy, no map, nobody knows the answer rung that just got cracked. And that rung is this whole ball game. And it's not just answering harder questions, it's doing longer and longer work all on its own with nobody babysitting it. Anthropic actually tracks how long a task takes for their AI to handle it.
That's what I'm also gonna do.
From start to finish. 2 years ago, their best AI model could handle about a 4-minute task.
Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't intend to track this. like having a goal that it should work longer.
A year ago, an
That's
hour
the
and a half
reverse.
long
It
task.
should work
This
less,
year, 12-hour tasks. And one of their newer,
work faster.
and in 2027, AI systems
Tasks that take a person days, tasks that take a person weeks. Doubling
could
every
be
4
capable of
months.
tasks
Okay.
that take a person weeks. Their typical engineer is now shipping 8 times as much code per day as they were back in 2024. Now,
Okay.
of course, more
More lines. He's gonna say more lines of code doesn't mean better or improve. It means you still have to deliver high quality code.
lines of code doesn't automatically mean that it's better code, and I completely get that, but it still tells you how fast everything's actually accelerating on this exponential curve. Search
Yeah, yeah,
project,
yeah.
freeze it, write it at a decision point, and basically ask the AI, okay, what do you want to do from here? It kept me really busy this March. But it's not just doing the work you hand it anymore, it's starting to decide what comes next. So Anthropic ran, obviously, another test. They'd take a real research project, freeze it, write it at a decision point, and basically ask the AI, okay, what do you want to do from here? Then
This is next level training. They're using a different, what do you call it? That mechanism, reward. They're using a different, and the next level reward mechanism, a more of a semantic situation. That's very interesting. Not just giving it text and predicting text, but giving it decisions in order to predict decisions. Interesting. Obviously, that's the next level.
they'd line up the AI's answer against what their own human researchers actually picked. They did this across 129 of these moments, and back in November, the AI made the smarter call 51% of the time, smarter than the human. And by April, it was up to 64%. Now, to be fair, they picked spots where the human's first move had maybe some room to improve. But still, more than half the time, the machine is choosing a better next step than the people who literally do this thing for a living. And the actual work it's doing is getting pretty absurd as well. They handed a chunk of training code to get sped up. A year ago, their model would have made it about 3 times faster, but this past April, this newer model made that same code block 52 times faster. And on one problem their researchers had been stuck on, they just let the AI agents grind on it around the clock, and it clawed back 97% of the gap. The humans, given about a week on the same thing, only hit 23%. And once again, keep in mind, a lot of these numbers are probably coming from, which is Anthropic's newest and even smarter model that is not yet publicly released. But just imagine what this could go from here. And I think this is the clearest way to understand where we actually are right now. Exponentially, just kind of start to flatten out and plateau, and AI ends up being a super incredibly powerful tool still. Keep compounding. The AI does more and more of the work, and at that point, the speed of progress isn't really limited by humans at all anymore. And
Right.
judge results. But their exact words are, humans continue to set research directions, its own successor. And at that point, the speed of progress
Yeah, this is AGI. When AI builds its own successor. That's basically AGI.
isn't really limited by humans at all anymore. It's only limited by how much computing power you actually give it. Now, think back
Or how much computing power it conquers.
to that
takes
second scenario
over.
for a second.
It creates.
The AI does the work. Humans just pointed at the problem. And that's not really even the future. That's literally where we are right now. That's where we are today. And that, to me, to scenario 3. And that is the scary part. Anthropic basically admits nobody can tell which one we're actually on. Because the exact thing that makes all of
I
this
can tell we're going towards path 3. And it's just a race. It's the AGI race. Everyone wants to go there. You're gonna come there. It's not one of those things that is like maybe AGI is possible, maybe not. It is possible. So the question is just a race. Who's gonna come there first? Because it's a tremendous amount of power. That's the interesting thing. That's something you also learn practically when you start using AI agents. and maybe even in just chatbots, that the mistake kind of multiplies, so you just abandon the kind of thing, you need to start over. But in some situations, when the AI can run its own course and is more powerful than humans, then the humans cannot shut it off.
Going invisible all at the same time. And that's the thing that keeps people up at night, because it's got nothing to do with killer robots. It's that quietly we stop, or not we, the actual professionals that know how this stuff works, like under the hood, they quietly stop understanding what's being built. All right, so let's just...
We're already there. People don't understand everything. That's why we develop AI, because we don't understand everything. We need someone to understand it.
zoom back out for a sec. Zoom out from the lab.
Losing the thread is the point of it.
Two groups. I mean, obviously it's a spectrum, but we've kind of got two ends of that spectrum, right? You've got people on one side who open up an AI tool at work, they type in one lazy prompt, they get a result that's very meh, and then they say, this AI stuff is so overhyped, you know, I don't get it. Copilot. And then you've got this whole other group over here, quietly running what used to take a 15-person team, but they're doing that by themselves because they have little AI agents that go off and build agents and automate things.
Yeah, well, this is
even
kind
says
of,
in the
it's kind of interesting, I guess. It's what I've tried to tell people. Like, when people manage to do the work of 1,000 people, and some people don't use AI, like, the companies that use AI is just gonna win.
companies could start doing the work of 10,000 or even 100,000 person organizations. And that gap between those two groups of people is just getting a solo person who
I feel like it's a waste of time saying this all over,
Anthropic admits that
ever again, all the time I'm saying this. So it doesn't really, I don't think, like, what I've noticed is, like, it requires tremendous amount of education to teach something like this. It takes a lot of time, a lot of hours of using AI and thinking about it, and like intrinsically being motivated to learn more. And it's just the incentive is to never slow down.
That part pretty flat out. The incentive to keep going, in their words, is enormous. So everybody from one person at their laptop all the way up to the billion-dollar labs and entire countries have the same exact incentive, which is to not stop, to not slow down this AI progress, because everyone wants to win the AI race. So that brings up the obvious question: why is Anthropic, the company building the most aggressive version of this whole thing, why are they the one who's standing up and waving the flag? And when you
Anthropic means human-centered. They're trying to do the right thing, at least partially.
actually read what they say, it kind of makes sense. They say basically the one thing that they admit they're least sure about is alignment, which basically just means keeping these systems pointing in a direction that's actually good for humanity, good for society. And that's their words. The alignment problem is the thing that they are least certain about. So slowing down would...
Slow down won't work. It's not a solution. It's an AI race. And it's not like humans. A single human or a group of humans, like an organization or company, they didn't create the race. So even the race wasn't created by governments either. The race was created by a systemic reaction. The systemic reaction owns the race. You cannot slow down a race. You can only slow down as a participant and let somebody else win the race.
buy everybody more time to figure that out before it's too late. And they straight up say that a slowdown would likely be a good thing. But then they hit you with the catch, which is obviously so pauses, and only if everyone can actually verify.
Yeah, how are you gonna stop all of the AI labs in China? You're gonna have to agree with China. And if every lab like somebody is gonna say like I'm gonna continue to work as fast as possible until we have some kind of like 1984 surveillance of every human on Earth. Because if we don't have that, then we have someone in a remote jungle somewhere who has secretly been building their own data center underground. That's what my game is about, by the game. My other game is about this, but it's not really. You just run around and shoot monsters in this. But if this game becomes done, if I get funding to finish it, then it's gonna be something cool like that. That's the story in that game anyway.
That the other labs have paused, and that is like almost impossible, because how do you verify that? In their words, training runs are far easier to conceal than missile silos. So what that means?
Yeah, exactly. It's easier to conceal. Well, you can spot the data center on the heat it generates, but if you have it enough underground,
Means is you can see a country building a giant missile, but you cannot see a company quietly training a model in some random data center 100 feet underground. There's nothing to point a satellite at, right? And we've actually solved a version of this before, just not with AI. Back in the Cold War, the US and the Soviet Union signed nuclear treaties where they literally let each other's inspectors walk into bunkers and confirm missiles were gone. That's the famous trust but verify. Anthropic even name checks one of those exact treaties, but their gut punch is the fact that those treaties took decades to build up. And
we just use AI to help make those treaties, but we still like, yeah, it's gonna be a world government or something like that. Like, because the ending is like we have to surveil every 100 meters of space on Earth and under Earth. That's a problem. The big problem is beneath the Earth. That's the big problem. Maybe I should make a movie. Maybe making a movie is much better. It's easier, it's faster to make a movie than making a game. You should make the tactor movie instead and just use AI to make that movie. Damn, I'm getting distracted. Or am I? Is this one of those distractions that are actually good? Because like if we have AGI next week, what the heck is my game gonna be about? Who's gonna buy that game? Why? Everyone's gonna care about mass surveillance and yeah. It's really tricky to predict the future. Really tricky stuff. I'm going to feel so silly that I need to spend time making food. It's such a waste of time. Somebody who's good at making food should make my food and I should make them AI or something. I'm gonna take a break and start making food so it's done. This is my frozen egg mix. Omelette, frozen omelette mix. Just gonna thaw it. Yeah, there are basically two things going on now. People are racing towards superintelligence, and governments are racing towards mass surveillance. They don't know it. They might not know it yet, but we're gonna see things like it's gonna be regulations on data centers. Just having a data center or having inference, and yeah, compute is going to be limited or something.
The trust in the systems that it took to pull off, like I said, it took a long time. And what they said is, we don't have that long. So getting a little existential here, but if you ask me, their promise to slow down is sincere and convenient. That's the way I feel, at least. I mean, obviously they want good PR, but I think they genuinely mean it, because if you think about how the super small group of people have all that, I actually want to bring it back down to earth, because the report does too, and it's kind of my favorite part. Basically, like, if the doing part, if the actual building, the typing, the grunt work is basically becoming free, then the thing that's actually valuable just shifts. It becomes your judgment, your taste, your expertise, knowing which problem is even worth pointing the AI at.
In the beginning, yeah, but not after AGI. Already now, people are not valuing other people's opinions. Why do we think that the people in the future, when AI is giving us even more, why will people care about people's opinions then? Only the people who can actually do the work better than AI. Okay, let's listen to this. I don't agree with it, but let's listen to this.
The one thing that would
might be something I'm
actually force them to do it doesn't yet exist, and might not for a while. So after all that, I actually want to bring it back down to earth, because the report does too, and it's kind of my favorite part. Basically, like, if the doing part, if the actual building, the typing, the grunt work is basically becoming free, then the thing that's actually valuable just shifts. It becomes your judgment, your taste, your expertise, knowing which problem is even worth pointing the AI at in the first place. So Anthropic says this themselves once again, that the one thing humans are still better at is seeing the bigger picture and thinking beyond the confines of the immediate task at hand. So that's the muscle that you want to be building right now, because the real danger here isn't the doomsday.
Which means become smarter, become faster at learning, learn about AI. Improve your health, study AI.
Stuff, at least I really don't think so. I think that it's using this like a search box, while the person next to you figures out how to use it like an entire team. So is AGI here? I think by the definition that actually matters to me, the one where you hand a general AI model a hard problem and it just goes and solves it, yeah, I think that that's AGI, and I think it's here. It showed up pretty quietly. None of us really got to vote on the definition of AGI, and the company that built it is the one telling us to be careful with it. So the worst thing we could do right now is look away and pretend it's still science fiction, because it's not. So anyways, that's what I wanted to talk about today. If you guys are really interested in this kind of stuff and want to keep up with all of this type of discussion, then definitely check out my free school community.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like if this has been recently posted, when was the Anthropic report made? When did they make this report? Because Elon probably has something to say about it. Something interesting to say about it. And maybe he has. So I'm gonna just go to Jacob and see.
Every day on this channel I cover every...
I'm just gonna listen to all of these ones to get up to date. but ignore the stuff that is not too interesting. Like
Every day on this channel, I cover everything Elon said on X in the last 24 hours. I'll cover.
I don't know if I want to comment on all of this. I'm just gonna watch this, and I'm not gonna have any sound, and you'll have to watch it yourself if you want to see it. Now we're talking about murder again. It's important, but I cannot prioritize this. I need to prioritize superintelligence. .03, so .04 is the next one. Is that a joke? What? That's pretty funny. What was that? Work trees. Might be similar to the tree I'm making. This one is important. This one says something more. Hot take: universities charge $3,000 for a degree that teaches you skills any LLM can do for free. At some point we need to have an honest conversation about whether higher education is the greatest individual misallocation of capital in recent history. Meaning, it is a stupid thing to allocate capital to higher education. And this can be misinterpreted in many ways, but it shows, like, it's a red flag showing that educating humans might be a misallocation of capital. Meaning, use that money to invest in AI and robotics instead of humans. That's kind of the direction. This X post alone doesn't show the total reasoning, but together with all of the other things I've said about AI and replacing humans, it's just something that might happen. This is interesting. Michael Thomas says Meta is building dozens of massive tents at campuses across the US, sticking billions of dollars of chips inside, powering them with off-grid turbines. Like water turbines. The AI race has officially entered its Mad Max phase. Wait, he could see this on satellite pictures? Behind the meter data centers. Clean view. Do they have access to very recent images? Satellite images? Oh, that's the wrong. Data centers in USA. Can you see? Can't see another. Maybe you're not allowed. Maybe they're not allowed. These are the data centers, and it's going to grow. Okay. What's the save act? Okay, that's it. And that was yesterday. I think there might be one today. Nothing yet on I guess it's 3 hours until the next one. Nothing on the AGI post or cloud. I'm gonna watch this one, 16 minutes of SpaceX IPO. I'm gonna save that food for later. Maybe I think I should be eating like half of the food and then later half of the food, because then the stomach will take less time to take the blood flow, so my brain might work better. I'm gonna take a shower. got an idea. I have 3 ideas. I wonder if this music has leaked into the stream too much that it has affected YouTube's idea of this stream. But my ideas are basically we're coming closer to superintelligence. Maybe I should prioritize superintelligence above creating my game. If it is as important as I feel it is. What usually has been happening before when I've studied AI is I study it relentlessly until I meet a point where it's so hard to understand and I don't feel near at all towards the frontier of what people are doing and understanding, and I just can't keep up. And at that point it's like I give up on succeeding and instead aim to have fun at the time I have. And that's when I start making games. But making this your Mysterium game right now through AI is not really, it's not as fun as making it manually. It's a very much a business kind of project to make a successful game. Because I've tried to make games before and it seems like, yeah, I haven't succeeded in making a game that I'm proud of. I felt like it needs to be successful. I don't know if that's the right conclusion. But I've gotten distracted and started working on other projects, other games. And then I come back to try to study science and AI because it feels so important. And then I reach a state where I'm not good enough, or I see like I'm hitting a kind of a wall. I'm seeing how far behind I am, and then I give up, and then I start to make games. I didn't take a hot shower today, I just take a medium temperature shower to save my mind from the days, so I can think more. But the ideas I have now basically should I build superintelligence? Should I aim for doing that? Because if I can build superintelligence before November, if I can finish superintelligence before October, or yeah, before October or something, then I can use superintelligence and it can make a much better game than I can do. And then I was thinking, how would I do it, and what is superintelligence really, and what exactly I'm gonna build. And I was thinking, superintelligence is basically to make the right choice. It has to be, superintelligence has to have some kind of body. Either it's a robot or a human acting. in order to make movements in the world. And I learned from my cognitive science program at University about the purpose of intelligence. There is this animal in the sea called a sea skirt. It uses its brain to swim around in the ocean when it gets born, and then it finds a place to stay, like a rock, and it attaches itself, and the first thing it does is eats its own brain. And the idea here is that if you don't do any movements, you don't need a brain. If you don't make a movement, you don't need to decide what to do. That will just take resources. And if you go to the parallel of intelligence being decision making, you don't need to make decisions because you don't have any options. If you're just sitting on a rock stuck to it, even if you can what options do you have? You can sit there or you can sit there. You don't need intelligence to make a choice between those two, because they're going to happen regardless. And the idea is, what I'm thinking, I'm starting to lose my train of thought here, but you don't need decision making if you don't do any movement. And then I reverse it. The purpose of intelligence is to figure out what movement to make or what decision to do. And in order to be as intelligent as possible, you want to be able to predict what your movement is going to have as an effect. In order to do that, you need two things. You need a world model of the world. Like, you need to know what the world is, the state of the world, and you need to know your effect on the world. And then from that you need to simulate the effect of that option. And then you can also decide to do another option. Like, you have the state of the world, and then you have all the options you can do. All of the motors you can run. So I was connecting here the dots between the AI companies building world models in order to simulate the world, and I was also connecting dots to intelligence agencies and how they often, intelligence in that world is basically gathering information about the world. And that's what they're all doing. They want to gather information from the world. They want to gather, when someone cleans a room, they want to gather how they move. Maybe they also gather other stuff as well. When Elon Musk runs all of the Teslas has cameras and gathers feedback on the movement of cars. They gather data about the world. The more data you have of the world, the more opportunities you have to simulate what's going to happen. If I know a ball is falling at a certain speed. I can predict it's gonna be here in a second. And if I have more data that there's a floor here, then I will run a different simulation and I can expect the ball to be here after a second. And if I know there's a ball coming here at this speed, then I can predict a different scenario. So you need information about the world in order to accurately predict the future. And being super intelligent, I think, is partially being able to predict the future better than anyone else. That might be a core thing. I need data to run my simulation accurately. I need my simulation to run accurately in order to input all of the options of different motors that I have or things that I can do. And then I continue running the simulation, combining the truth state of the world together with each of my options to see which state leads to the most desired state. And that is a form of control. A form of power. If you have more options, that's also another form of power. Like, take some big empire, like the Roman Empire, let's say. It has a lot of people that can do a lot of things. The emperor can affect a lot of different people to do a lot of different things. As opposed to a single human, it doesn't have the same amount of options as an empire has. Doesn't have the same amount of power as an empire has. Doesn't have the same amount of freedom as an empire has. When an empire cannot predict the future anymore, or inaccurately uses its intelligence to make choices that leads to less power, then it might die. The empire might die. Or the organism might die. You can think of a human as an empire of cells. You have a lot of muscles you can move. You can do a lot of things. A lot of things. You have more power than your intelligence can handle. You have more options than your intelligence can handle. That says something about gaining and sustaining power. Being a human is supposedly very powerful. Powerful creature. A powerful animal in this world. I guess because of the intelligence of the human. The ability to think about tools. Tools are kind of leverage things. Tools are related to creativity. You need creativity to create a tool. You need to think outside the box to create a tool. A human is powerful because it has a lot of different basic movements and very clean kind of things it can do. It's not the most strongest animal, it's not the fastest, it cannot fly, it cannot breathe underwater. It's the most dynamic of animals, maybe. No. Maybe some sort of fungus or mold or bacteria is even more, well, maybe not, because they don't seem to have a lot of options. A fungus cannot do, it doesn't have muscles. A fungus doesn't even have muscles. But it is more simple than a human. But there is probably more fungus per weight than humans. There are more ants per weight in weight than humans. And they are not considered to be more intelligent than humans. There are also bacteria that survives in space. Which humans cannot do. And this bacteria, who knows how many kilograms of that exists in the universe? Are they more successful than humans? Do they live longer than humans? Are humans just a side project in evolution? A branch with a leaf that falls when it is no longer needed. I think the reason intelligence AI researchers are getting into biology is because I think they have realized two things. One thing is the importance of cognitive ability, the intelligence required in a human. The more intelligent you are, the better AI, the faster AI you can build. Better decisions you can make. It's like when you learn that if you 10x the compute for an AI, it becomes double as intelligent. So it's just a scaling game. And in biology, it's like you need oxygen for your brain cells. You can make sure to increase your oxygen if you can increase your oxygen intake by improving your lungs and heart. And you can become smarter by improving your overall health in the body, which makes sense. I gotta remember that to not sidetrack too far, but just like an empire needs foundational things like water, running, electricity, And like if an AI company loses the basics of electricity, it's basically dead. So an AI company needs healthy electricity, for example. And the body needs healthy infrastructure in order to work. You can't have a bunch of distracting things. You can't have an itchy body all over, because then you're constantly distracted by itching. That's partially why I shower every day, to not get any kind of itching, especially when I'm sleeping. And now back to where I sidetracked regarding the two things that I think AI researchers have realized why they are aiming to learn so much about biology. The one thing I just talked about was intelligence, improving the biology of human infrastructure to improve your intelligence. The second one is the idea of merging with AI. It's also very related. It's also about having intelligence. If you're not intelligent enough, you cannot cooperate. Like a dog and a human, they can cooperate because the dog is intelligent enough to understand the human to some degree. Enough for it to follow orders and be a companion. But if you take something that is even less intelligent than a dog, like an ant, I don't know if you can teach an ant to sit, or if you can teach an ant to find drugs in an apartment, or if you can teach an ant to do a lot of things. You can teach maybe partial skills, but a human is more likely to collaborate with a dog than with an ant. I think there are more humans that have a dog as a companion than an ant as a companion. So there's a requirement there. In order to collaborate, you need to have some kind of understanding. You need to be able to communicate somehow. If you take something that's even less intelligent, like a piece of bacteria, it's basically impossible to collaborate, human to bacteria. A human can manipulate and use bacteria, but I don't see that really as a collaboration. I don't think the bacteria understands what the human is doing towards it. And I don't think the human cares about a single bacterium or bacteria cell. It cares more about the result, like of a group of bacteria. And I think this, going back to the point of AI researchers looking into biology, I think this is also a good reason to go into biology. But both reasons I mentioned in me is about improving your cognitive ability. Well, kind of. One is about improving your cognitive ability to become more intelligent, and the other one is actually merging with AI in a biological sense. Right now we have trouble merging with AI. We are partially merged. Everyone has a phone and they can talk to AI. And some people have Neuralinks installed or other transcranial devices. But there's problem regarding infection, understanding the brain. You want to understand the biology in order to be able to merge completely with AI. If you want to connect an AI even closer than having on a phone, or even closer as we have it now, then you need to understand how the body will react biologically towards it. So those are the two things, I think, why AI researchers are interested in biology. I don't remember why I got onto that track though. Yeah, I think I was thinking about what I should be doing. If I would develop superintelligence, what should I do? And I was thinking, what is superintelligence? To make decisions, to gather data, to gather information, to gather as much information as possible. So it becomes kind of a spying situation, not necessarily spying as in you're not detected, but becomes this, the more information you have, the more thing you can figure out. This also lets me go on a sidetrack here as well. This also relates to some ideas I have regarding introversion and autism and being sensitive. Being sensitive, what does that mean? It's something that it's in the masculine world seen as negative. It makes you weak, it makes you undecided, it makes you slow, it makes you listen rather than act, it makes you easily hurt. But what does that actually mean? In some sense, I think it means you haven't developed calluses. Like, a simple way of thinking it is like, if I have used my hand a lot in rough environments, I develop calluses to protect me from the environment. These calluses makes my hands strong and masculine or something like that. I can withstand heat, I can withstand cold, but it also needs to be less sensitive, because if you reach into a hot space and you feel pain to a point where your body believes there is danger, like your hand is going to get hurt. If it's true that the hand is going to get hurt, you should definitely remove it. Otherwise your hand is going to get hurt. But if it's not true, then you can benefit from not feeling this heat. You can benefit from not being sensitive. That means you can act even though the environment is very hostile. And if you develop more of these calluses and more of this numbness, the opposite of sensitivity is numbness. Or numbness is actually not a good word either, because numbness is a kind of sensation. We want to have the lack of sensation. The opposite of sensitivity is nothing. It's unknown, it's obliviousness or something. And the thing I'm driving at is that if you have more calluses, if you're less sensitive, you have less information, less data that you can use. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are. If you cannot see, you cannot hear, you cannot smell, you cannot taste, you cannot touch. If you don't listen, if you don't extrapolate, if you listen to someone saying a bunch of things and you get emotionally hurt, you have absorbed more information and allowed the information to take space. You have allowed the information to hurt you. You have allowed yourself to be sensitive. But if you hear something that could hurt another person, but you don't care, then you don't have access to the same information. You have access to less information or other information. Maybe that's a better way to think about it. You have other information. But that's what I'm thinking. That's a parallel if you go back to what I was talking about. Gathering information is the key to making intelligent decisions. If you can only gather this much information, you can only use intelligence to work within this area. I don't know if this is a good metaphor. But if you have more information, you have more options. I mean, you might have the same amount of options, it's just that you see different options. You can fine-tune different things. As with the example with the ball. If you just see a ball falling, you can just assume it's going to continue to fall. But if I have a floor, then you can use more intelligence, not just falling, but also bouncing intelligence. And then you can add more data, more information, and you can recognize more and more different patterns, which makes you more and more intelligent. More and more, you develop a different kind of intelligence. And this is what I'm thinking might be like the 1984 what was it called, surveillance world. If it's not here already, it's going to come very soon, because it's a solution to the two main problems in the AI world. One problem is I need more data in order to become super intelligent, to create my super intelligence. And then I want more cameras and more microphones and more sensors in the world connected to my AI, and more people to give it more information. And the opposing force, we need to slow down AI, we need to control people's ability to develop AI. So we need information about who has data centers where, who is building AI, what is building, like they need this also surveillance. Both of these parties need surveillance, like both of them are looking at going in the same direction. The two opposing forces are going towards the same conclusion. More surveillance. The first time I heard the Hall of the Mountain King was in kindergarten. very, very young. There was this big room and they decided to make it more dark. They turned off the light and closed the curtains, and then they played this music. Not super loud, but loud enough to yeah, and then they chased us. And it was really on the verge there, was it too scary, or was it it was I was really, so I have that song is really powerful for me. It's a powerful song. So what should I do? I feel like I'm in portrait mode, even though I'm not. I feel like I'm waiting for someone to join. I'm looking at the chat. Of all the days I've streamed, how many days is it now? 6 days in a row I've streamed. I feel like now someone is gonna come in. Or someone's gonna say something. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe people have been watching. I haven't checked too much. The first couple of days I saw some viewers, 3 viewers or something like that. But then after that I didn't check. So I have no idea how many people have viewed my streams. I basically done them because I wanted to do them. And disregarding people's opinions. I was thinking of maybe making like a company out of this way of communicating. That I would just globally stream everything, every decision that I make and everything that I do. Not everything, but when I work. So everything would be accessible. It would be an interesting way to run a company. Extremely transparent. Until AI can replicate completely. Unfallible. AI can replicate video and audio very good, and if it has used my videos to train, can probably get very close, but I don't know how creative it can get. Like, there are probably still tests you can do, like if you would write in chat like put a spoon on my head, then maybe AI could do that, but something like maybe, I don't know, show my stomach or something, like something that the AI would start to hallucinate and generate video that wouldn't align on a bigger picture to things that are true before, it's shown to be true before. Because now that I've quite recently eaten, you can assume that I will not show any kind of abs. But maybe the AI would show abs. I don't know. But soon this is gonna change as well. AI video is might spread a lot. It's gonna be easier to do. and there's gonna be more generated. I'm getting a bit tired. I don't know what to do. Oh yeah, I had an idea before that I was gonna continue listening to this music and take a walk outside. Like maybe it's one of those things, one of those days where I need to do some thinking. Or I was thinking also of doing Kundalini yoga, because that can give me oxygen and maybe DMT, and it might give me a new way of thinking about things. Well, it definitely will, but I don't know if it would probably just make me more peaceful and just accept things just as they are right now. That's usually the effect of that kind of practice. So long term, I don't know if it would be beneficial or not, but regardless, it would give more oxygen to the brain to do stuff. I feel like eating something with sugar. My meal is not really sugar rich, it's got potato in it. But those carbs are kind of slow also. So I'm thinking maybe eating a piece of grapefruit, go for a walk. I was also thinking maybe not closing this stream, just having it online, keep having it continually. I can turn off the microphone when I watch a movie. I can just have it pointing towards this window. Then I don't have to start and stop the stream. I can just go to the stream and say things if I need to say something. I've been thinking maybe I could make my own website where I continually stream. I don't know. I was thinking maybe asking for funding, for support, for people who are watching. If I have some concrete goal, like I need to pay my phone bill, or something more exciting, I want to build this data center in this town, and I need this much in order to build a data center. And then I would have like a bar at the bottom. not a bar in the data center, but at the stream I would have a loading bar, which is where it says like, okay, 20% funded, this much of this much, and then maybe I would reach a point. There is one person who's building a data center in this town. It's a small data center. It's just like a bathtub size. I could talk to that. I don't know. But if like a small bathtub sized AI, it's basically one rack, and I calculated, I think it needs like 5 million Swedish crowns in order to fill that with GPUs, in order to use that for running inference, some model. But given like what I can do with my computer now here, I don't really need much to make some useful AI. Just like I don't know, it took 2 minutes to generate one image, And if I just scale up, I don't know how much faster it can get, but it would be nice to get down to maybe 5 seconds or something. How much do I need to scale up? From 2 minutes to 5 seconds. I still got my yoga there. Let's ask some AI. Let's go with ChatGPT. On my current PC, I have an AI model that can generate images. It can generate one image in 2 minutes. And I'm wondering, can I simply scale up how can I think about scaling up so that the system, the hardware, can handle to make an image in 5 seconds?
Scaling up from 2 minutes to 5 seconds is a substantial leap, so it's not just a linear factor. You'd be looking at roughly 24 times speed improvement. To achieve that, you need to identify the bottleneck. Often that's your GPU memory bandwidth, compute power, or model size. In practical terms, you could scale by using a GPU with far more cores, wider memory bandwidth, or higher clock speeds. Example, top-tier RTX or A100 GPUs. You could also optimize the model, use more efficient architectures, e.g. pruning, distillation, or leverage mixed precision computations. If you still hit limits, consider distributed processing, using multiple GPUs in parallel or even offloading to a cloud infrastructure. In short, you need a combination of raw hardware speed and model efficiency tweaks. Once you know where the bottleneck is, you can target that specifically.
I mean, can't we think in general terms, like the hardware required to generate an image enables the AI to spend 2 minutes per image, and we want to spend 5 minutes per image. How much do we need to scale up?
Right, so if you're going from 2 minutes per image down to 5 seconds, that's a speed up factor of 24. In general terms, if the current hardware allows 2 minutes per image, you'd need 24 times more compute capacity. That could mean a GPU with 24 times the number of cores or a significantly broader memory bandwidth. In practical terms, it's often easier to just upgrade to a flagship GPU or scale out with multiple GPUs in parallel, depending on your system setup.
If I want to create my own server that can generate images in 5 seconds, how much would that cost?
The cost will depend on a few factors. If you're building from scratch, the largest expense will be the GPUs. High-end GPUs like NVIDIA's A100, H100, or a cluster of RTX 4090s can cost several $1,000s per card. Then you have to factor in the CPU, RAM, fast NVMe storage, and networking if you're distributing loads. If you scale up cloud services like AWS, Azure, or GCP, those instances also scale roughly linearly with GPU hours. For a ballpark, a single high-end GPU server might cost anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 up front, plus cloud GPU hours if you scale. So the exact total will depend on the configuration you choose, but you'll likely be several $1,000s minimum.
We will not look into any kind of cloud. We want to run everything locally, and we're starting from scratch. The only thing we have available is basically fiber internet and an electric outlet.
Understood. So in that case, you'll need a dedicated machine or server that can handle both the compute and memory requirements. In practical terms, you'd want to invest in a workstation-grade CPU, e.g. AMD Threadripper or high-core Intel Xeon paired with a top-tier GPU, like an A100 or a high-end RTX. Ample high-speed RAM, 128GB, and NVMe SSDs. The total bill could easily run between $10,000 and $20,000. After that, you'll also need robust cooling, a high-wattage PSU, and good airflow. Once you have the hardware, you can run everything locally, but you'll be paying up front for a big performance jump.
And what if I want to create my own GPU or my own hardware, like the most expensive and hard to get parts of this server. And I want to first I wanna create this server so that it can help me build a kind of factory to produce these things, so I can expand on the servers itself, like a kind as circular as possible.
Ah, I see. You're thinking of a scalable, vertically integrated approach. In that case, you'd design a modular compute node architecture. You could start by building a single high-end server with the best available GPU components like a H100 or custom silicon if you manage to design or acquire it. Then you'd replicate this design in a modular fashion, like a blade or node-based system, so you can scale horizontally by adding identical units. You'll still have to handle the engineering challenges, custom circuit board design, specialized cooling solutions, and power delivery. But once you have that core node design, you can replicate it as many times as you like. Of course, that will involve a significant upfront R&D investment, both in design and fabrication. But if you're aiming for a fully circular, expandable model, that modular blueprint will be the key.
I mean, the point is to make this initial AI smart enough so it can handle the engineering and the custom circuit board design and cooling solutions and power delivery, like be able to basically the design, like first we create the initial kind of seed AI, which we just buy components to build. And then we use this to design a new system where we create our own chips and fabrication process. And then we start the process iteratively to grow this AI.
Exactly. So you'd be creating a kind of closed-loop design system. Initially, you'd seed it with a well-specified high-performance GPU server, and then use that as a feedback loop. The AI would analyze design constraints, optimize circuit layouts, test cooling solutions, and iterate toward custom silicon designs. Eventually, the AI would help generate fabrication specs, but you'd still need access to a foundry for the actual chip production. It's a big leap, kind of a synergy between AI-driven design and traditional semiconductor processes. But if successful, it would let you scale custom hardware production in a truly iterative AI-augmented way.
Actually, the smartest way to do it might be to just rent cloud AI or using some service to design this first fabrication process to create the first chip and test the chip, and then to build this scalable AI infrastructure.
Exactly. By leveraging cloud AI resources, you can rapidly iterate on your chip design without committing huge upfront capital. Once you've optimized the design, validated it, and maybe even simulated production, you can then invest in your own hardware factory setup. That way you get the best of both worlds: speed, flexibility, and lower risk before scaling.
Do we have to get the whole photolithography setup process? Because that's a huge investment.
No, not necessarily. Typically you can rely on a foundry that specializes in small batch fabrication. So you just provide them the final design and they handle the photolithography and fabrication steps. This way you only need to focus on the design tools.
No. We are going to create the chips ourselves.
I understand. Got it. So in that case, yes, you'd have to build or acquire a full lithography line. That's a massive capital investment. The photolithography machines themselves are extremely expensive, and you need clean room facilities, precision optics, and all the associated infrastructure. So it's possible, just a very capital and time-intensive step. Once in place, though, you have full sovereignty over the production line.
I want two price estimations. One is for the fastest setup for this whole kind of fabrication plant, and the second one is the cheapest to get started.
Setting up a photolithography line for a semiconductor fab is extremely costly. For advanced nodes, like those at 3 nanometers, just a single EUV lithography machine can cost between $150 and $380 million, And a full setup could total $2 to $5 billion, especially when factoring in clean room infrastructure. By contrast, a setup for mature nodes can run in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
What would be the easiest or the cheapest way to start?
The cheapest way to set up a semiconductor fabrication line still runs into the low to mid billions of dollars, even if you choose mature technology like 200mm wafers or 65nm nodes. Key cost-saving measures include starting small and modular, avoiding advanced lithography like EUV, and choosing a low-cost region. Even a modestly sized fab will be in the billions, so outsourcing to a foundry might be a more affordable first step.
But outsourcing to a foundry only makes sense if it can lead to additional income in order to build the lithography.
Exactly, so you
yeah.
stream or business model. If you use a foundry to create specialized chips or IP, you'd want to license the designs or integrate them into a scalable
Okay,
product.
let me tell you the real deal that I'm after here. It's a circular dependency, so that we can use all local resources to make everything, to make scalable AI, so we don't have to rely on any international
that makes perfect
trading.
Exactly, so the goal is to build a closed loop where every stage from design to fabrication to compute to learning feeds back in, all within local infrastructure. That means you reduce reliance on external supply chains and cloud costs, just a continuous cycle of scaling up and reinvesting locally.
Yeah, so how do we do that?
That sounds like a solid plan. So the next steps would be to outline which parts you can realistically design locally, where you'll start, maybe with a small-scale modular compute cluster, and then identify what AI design tools you'll need to iteratively refine that whole process. Once you have those pieces, you can begin building that circular loop.
I don't see how that loop is circular.
Good point. So let's clarify that loop. The idea is that the AI, once trained on your initial compute and design cycle, would analyze each iteration, whether it's a better thermal design, circuit efficiency, or compute layout, and feed that back into the next design cycle. So each time you produce a new chip or compute node, it improves your AI's capability to optimize the next round, creating a self-reinforcing system where each iteration reduces costs, improves performance, and scales up.
But that's not the priority. The priority is not to optimize. The priority.
The immediate next step being more concrete. You want to build a functional AI design loop first, using off-the-shelf components and cloud resources for the initial chip design. Once that first cycle is proven, then you scale outward and bring more of the process in-house. So the focus is on iterative validation first, not a fully circular loop right out of the gate.
So how, in what way would we iterate to increasingly make it circular?
It would be easiest to start by identifying a cloud-based AI design platform, one that lets you automate chip-level simulations and layout optimizations. You run a few iterative cycles there, validate the design, and once you have a working prototype, you can bring that optimized design back in-house. After that, you scale by replicating compute nodes using what you learned from that first cycle.
I feel like the first few years we don't even need AI. We're just building infrastructure to make things that already exist, that we don't really need to design anything new. But the idea is that we should leverage the already existing AI and intelligence to make a more cost-efficient system and a faster setup towards making this circular system.
Absolutely.
Rather
So
than
in the first
investing
phase, we
in a
focus on
complete
using...
infrastructure that already exists.
Exactly. So we rely on proven design frameworks, existing compute clusters, and validated components to get the system up and running efficiently. Then once we have a stable infrastructure, we can incrementally introduce AI to optimize costs and scale further.
No, I didn't say that. I meant the reverse.
I see. So you're saying the AI might come later once the baseline infrastructure is stable. In that case, we just focus first on building a reliable traditional compute and fabrication pipeline. And then once that's proven, we layer in AI to make it more adaptive and efficient.
So how long would this take, and how much? Yeah, how long would this take?
Setting up a small to mid-scale semiconductor fab typically takes about 2 to 3 years, starting with pre-planning and permitting, then construction, equipment installation, and pilot runs.
We have 3
Costs vary widely,
months,
but a small
and
specialty
we are
fab
doing
using
it
mature nodes
outside Skellefteå in Jörn. So
million to
we
around
have
$2 million,
access
depending on
to
scale and complexity.
Swedish
So if you keep it
infrastructure and
modest, using
resources
mature-
from Sweden.
Exactly. You can keep costs down by focusing on a mature node, lower volume, and a modular.
It keeps interrupting me, and I keep interrupting it. And it says that I said good evening, and actually, and the greetings from Sweden. Yeah, so it didn't. So we have a time limit of 3 months to do this, and we're doing this outside of Skellefteå in a town called Jörn, Jorn, and so we have access to like Swedish resources and infrastructure in order to get all the parts in order to make this self-replicating AI kind of infrastructure.
In Sweden, the semiconductor ecosystem is strong in tooling, design, and materials, with companies like Exilum and Micronic leading the way. The national semiconductor strategy runs until 2035, with around 170 million US dollars per year invested, focusing on niche production and system integration rather than full cutting-edge fabs. For a small-scale fab, this would still be a multi-year effort, and costs would be in the hundreds of millions to low billions of dollars, depending on scale.
We need a way to make we need a way to really scale this down, scope it. We need to really scope it down to a minimal viable product where basically we mine local minerals, we process them, we make the chips, we make all the necessary things in order to create this AI that can give us improvements on the system overall, so it can improve and iterate and grow. So, and we have 3 months to create this kind of MVP.
Right, so we need a drastic focus on a lean MVP. I'd say we narrow it down to just one critical component, like a basic microcontroller or a simple analog chip, using readily available Swedish materials. We focus on a small fabrication run, no clean room yet, just a pilot batch with a third-party simple prototyping service. Alongside, we build out a small-scale compute cluster with off-the-shelf parts, so we don't waste time on custom fabrication yet. That keeps us focused on just getting a working loop of design, iteration, and improvement.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Exactly, so we strip it down to a core material sourcing and basic chip design process, plus a minimal compute setup. Then we use those iterations just a few design cycles to validate the system logic. If it works, we can build on that foundation later, but for now it keeps us firmly within that 3-month window.
So what is the first version of the AI that we will build, and what chips do we need to build?
So the first version of the AI should be a lightweight designer system. Basically a rule-based or gradient-boosted model that can analyze basic circuit constraints, thermal profiles, or power delivery using pre-built chip layout data. As for the chips, we keep it simple, maybe a small microcontroller, like a basic ARM Cortex, or a simple analog sensor chip. That way we test the whole pipeline on a low complexity, locally manufacturable device. Once we have successful runs, we can expand the AI's scope and the complexity of the chips in the next iteration.
Don't we need photolithography for this?
We won't need a full lithography line just yet. Instead, we can rely on a small-scale prototyping service, like a low-volume PCB fab or a microchip service that uses simpler photolithography. These can produce basic chips in a pilot run without a massive investment. So you validate the design, and once you prove the concept, you can consider scaling up to more advanced fabrication.
What do you mean rely on a small-scale prototyping service like a low-volume PCB fab or a microchip service? Is that what we are making?
Good clarification. So what I mean is we're not building a full fab ourselves from scratch. Instead, we design a simple chip or a microcontroller layout, and we use a specialized low-volume service, like a PCB or a basic IC prototyping company.
No. We cannot use another company. We need to be circularly dependent. If we use another company, then we might as well use all of the companies everywhere to just build some kind of photolithography. But then everything scales up to, like, it demands too much funding up front. That's what I'm saying. We need to build something that can grow exponentially by itself.
Exactly. So the key is starting with something ultra local and minimal. Instead of full photolithography, we could design a rudimentary hybrid approach, like a small laser-based etching or a printed circuit method, using local machinery and simple mineral processing. It won't yield complex advanced chips at first, but it's a starting point. Then as we refine the AI to optimize these designs, we scale up the local tools incrementally.
So what is the hardware that we will create in the beginning, in the first version?
To start, I'd keep it really simple. We could build a basic microcontroller board, something like a low-power ARM Cortex chip, combined with a few analog sensor interfaces. The hardware would also include a small local compute node, just off-the-shelf components like a Raspberry Pi or a basic single-board computer. That way it's all locally assembled, no external fab, just a minimal circuit, some sensors, and a simple AI model to guide the design plan.
And which, like, are we making the chip ourselves?
Not quite yet. At this stage, we're just designing the circuit
Dude, I
layout.
just told you we're going circular. We're not gonna rely anything on other companies. We're gonna make our stuff from scratch at home.
You're absolutely right. So in that case, we'll create the entire fabrication flow locally. We'll start by refining a basic circuit design, then use a homemade etching or milling process to pattern the boards and simple components. We mine or source basic materials ourselves, like copper, silicon precursors or substrates, and assemble the chip in small batches using DIY fabrication techniques. It'll be slow and limited at first, but it keeps everything in-house and builds that circular loop from the ground up.
So how do we do this in 3 months?
So to make it feasible in 3 months, we need to drastically limit scope. Focus on a single simple chip, like a basic timing or sensor circuit, using only a few components. We design the circuit by hand, create a basic mask, and use something like a laser cutter or a simple etching setup to pattern the board. Then we assemble manually, run basic tests, and refine. Every week we validate the iterations. No fancy fab, just a minimal iterative cycle. If we keep everything tightly scoped, we can get a proof of concept, even if it's just a simple low-precision chip.
And here's the thing that might make it easier to get ahead, and it is that we don't need necessarily to make chips that are general or chips that are already existing. No, we are intending to build AI from scratch. So potentially we could focus on the chip design being AI focused from the beginning.
That's a great insight. So instead of replicating general purpose chips, we design a simple AI accelerated circuit from day one. Maybe a small inference engine, focused on basic linear algebra or activation functions. That lets the AI itself guide us in refining the architecture. So every iteration, the AI optimizes the circuitry toward better efficiency and performance, and we stay tightly aligned with the AI focus goal.
I don't think this plan is going to work. Because you want a very short iteration cycle. You want to create something and you want to test it, and then you want to change, you want to do this fast. And if you're not going with a general case, if you don't basically make a computer first and then install software as an AI, then if we do hardware AI, the iteration circle becomes longer. Like, We make hardware AI, takes a long time, several days maybe or something. And then we test it, and then we take several days to make another one. But if we make a general purpose computer, then we can make software on the AI software on it, and test it, and then we can change it software wise. Which is how AI has been developed so far, successfully, being able to iterate on different models. Because we already have a bunch of infrastructure, software and hardware that are general purpose computers. I'm tired. I think I need a break. I don't know if I kind of feel like watching a movie. Maybe I should just go for a walk. I think I should go for a walk. But it's kind of a little bit bad to go for a walk now, 8 o'clock in the evening, because it's sun outside and it's gonna create serotonin and destroy any melatonin that I have. So maybe it's not such a good idea to go for a walk now. Maybe I'll save the work for tomorrow morning or something. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sleep on the big decision if I'm gonna focus on superintelligence or AGI in general, and then not work on the game. The idea is that I need to make it fun regardless if I fail or succeed, because if I get this big sense that I will fail, then I'll just start making games again. I'll start up the same loop and I will have failed to make this game again. And I'm not allowed to fail to make this game. That it would not be good. It might actually be good, but Anyhow, I'm gonna stop streaming. Goodbye.